Okay.
The Senate will come to order. Mr. Schaffler, please call the roll.
Senators Amabile, Baisley, Ball, Benavidez, Bridges, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Cutter, Danielson, Danielson,
Excuse. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it.
Doherty,
I know it was last second.
Exum, Frizzell, Gonzalez, Hendrickson, Judah, Kipp, Kirkmeyer, Colker,
Here.
Lindstedt, Liston, Marchman, Mullica, Pelton B, Pelton R, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Snyder, Sullivan, Wallace, Weissman,
Excuse.
Zamora Wilson. Mr. President.
Let's do this. The morning roll call is 33 present, 0 absent, 2 excused. We have a quorum. Senator Pelton B., would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please rise so we can say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Approval of the journal, Senator Amabile. Approval of the journal. Oh, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. As approved and corrected by the Secretary, I move the Senate Journal be approved for Monday, May the 4th be with you.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed?
That was the wrong one. It's Friday. I
Say it
withdraw the
again.
motion. I messed up the journal motion. It happens. Look,
Say
I
it
didn't want to
again.
do this. I just had it on my desk.
Say it again. No one's listening anyway.
I choose, look, Mr. President.
Mr. Senator from Greenwood Village.
If you have to dry the dishes, such an awful boring chore, if you have to dry the dishes and you drop one on the floor, maybe they won't let you dry the dishes anymore. In hopes that I never have to do this again, I move the Senate Journal of Friday, May 1st,
Larry.
2026 be approved as corrected by the Secretary, and also May the 4th be with you.
That's pretty good. Senator Liston, that was pretty good, right? You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Something's wrong with my hearing. I think the ayes have it and that motion is adopted. Senate Services.
Correctly printed, Senate Bill 185, 186, 187, 188, and 189. Senate Resolution 9, correctly engrossed, Senate Bill 3, 175, 177, 182. Correctly re-engrossed, Senate Bill 138, 165, and 172. Correctly revised, House Bill 1010, 1109, 1113, 1143, 1235, 1252, 1299, 1343, and 1346. Correctly re-revised, House Bill 1005, 1006, and 1312. Correctly enrolled, Senate Bill 124 and 143.
Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1139 by Representatives Joseph and Leader and Senators Cutter and Doherty concerning the use of artificial intelligence in healthcare.
Business, Labor, and Technology.
House Bill 1263 by Representatives Camacho and Mabry and Senators Carson and Judah concerning requirements for an operator of a conversational artificial intelligence service.
Business, Labor, and Technology. Majority Leader Rodriguez. Just get out of order for resolutions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate proceed out of orders for consideration of resolutions.
The motion is proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. Will proceed out of order. Mr. Schaffler, please add Senator Weissman to the roll. Also, Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Joint Resolution 25.
Senate Joint Resolution 25 by Senator Simpson, Representative McCluskey, concerning recognition of the 150th anniversary of Colorado Mining Association, the oldest mining association in the United States.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everybody. I move Senate Joint Resolution 26025 and ask that it be read at length.
Mr. Schaffler, please read SJR 25 at length.
Whereas the Colorado Mining Association was established in 1876 and incorporated in 1897 and is the oldest mining association in the United States, sharing its 150th anniversary in 2026 with the state of Colorado. And whereas from the earliest days, mining was foundational to the territorial economy, population growth, and path to Colorado's statehood. And whereas the Colorado Mining Association played a notable role in the history of the state and represented its earliest employers and mining communities. And whereas the mining industry was a catalyst that built towns, funded schools, laid railroads, and drew people from around the world seeking opportunity. And whereas mining contributed immensely to making the territory into a state, helped the rugged landscape evolve into a thriving economy, and responded when called upon to fulfill a critical role in the production of minerals in support of the nation during times of war. And whereas the mining industry and the Colorado Mining Association prioritize continual improvements to safety performance and mitigation of environmental impacts as mining practices advance and innovate. And whereas the mining industry celebrates its workforce and the communities in which it operates across Colorado, representing a partnership that emphasizes safety, transparency, and ongoing engagement. And whereas Colorado Mining Association members have significantly contributed to the reclamation of legacy mine sites with substantial resources dedicated to reclaiming legacy mine lands. And whereas the Colorado Mining Association maintains a strong working relationship with the state of Colorado and its regulatory agencies, and for over 25 years, the Colorado Mining Association has partnered with the Colorado Division of Reclamation, Mining, and Safety in the Department of Natural Resources to promote and recognize excellence in environmental stewardship and mine safety. And whereas the Colorado Mining Association has maintained a memorandum of understanding with the U.S. Bureau of Land Management since 1976 to foster open communication and collaboration for the responsible production of mineral resources in Colorado. And whereas thanks to these long-standing collaborative relationships, Colorado mining industry has earned a global reputation for exceeding some of the world's most rigorous environmental safety standards. And whereas today the Colorado Mining Association represents companies that are engaged in the exploration, production, and refining of mineral resources, as well as mining companies with national and global headquarters in Colorado, equipment manufacturers, law firms, engineering and consulting organizations, and financial institutions serving the mining industry. And whereas Colorado has among the richest mineral endowments in the nation and is the global leader in molybdenum production and a significant producer of gold, coal, uranium, vanadium, and industrial minerals, and has the potential for additional copper, silver, and other critical minerals development in the future. And whereas the mining industry in Colorado contributes approximately $7 billion to Colorado's GDP each year, has among the highest industry sector pay rates in the state with an average annual salary of $112,000 and supports nearly 57,000 direct and indirect jobs, making the Colorado the hub of the professional mining sector in the United States. And whereas the mining industry in Colorado produces minerals that support other important Colorado industries, including energy production and transmission, aerospace and technology, medical equipment, infrastructure, and many others, contributing to the nation's energy, national security, and advanced technology objectives. And whereas the Colorado Mining Association is well positioned to remain an important part of Colorado's economy, supporting jobs, economic development, and the production of minerals needed for the state's industries and future growth. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the 75th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that the General Assembly recognizes the Colorado Mining Association for its foundational role in Colorado's history and its continued representation of the mining industry to support responsible development for vital mineral resources.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Look, I bring this resolution with the background of being a Colorado School of Mines graduate and a mining engineer for nearly 20 years. My professional career was mining coal in Texas and Australia. But happy to be re-engaged with the Colorado Mining Association and offer the resolution and highlight to the body, we truly need a vibrant, community-minded, environmentally sensitive, extractive industry like what the mining industry represents. If we're going to meet our climate goals, our technological advancements, we need this industry to be healthy and vibrant, provide the molybdenum, the vanadium, the platinum, the cobalt, the iron ore that we need, the copper. It's been reported we will need as much copper in the next 10 years to build out transmission systems and electrify our systems. We will need as much copper in the next 10 years as been mined and produced in the history of mankind. That's the scale of what we're talking about. The Colorado Energy Transmission Authority published a report in December of 2024 that identified a need for $4 billion of investment in transmission systems in Colorado. That's a lot of copper we got to come up with. So it's important to recognize these folks and have them here today and identify. I've been advocating Colorado should be like the center of the universe when it comes to emerging technologies around mining advancements and resource recovery. I had the opportunity to tour a company in Arvada. It was during session this year called Endolith, where they're actually using microorganisms to recover copper out of waste, out of tailings piles. Can you imagine how impactful that will be if they advance this to the point of commercial scale operation? So it's a pleasure to bring this resolution forward for you today for your consideration. And I would take the opportunity to recognize, Mr. President, there are two folks with us here in the chamber this morning, Adam Ekman, the President and CEO of the Colorado Mining Association, and Dave Rivera from Freeport-McMoran, who owns and operates the Climax Molybdenum Mine in Leadville. Welcome, gentlemen.
Welcome to the Senate. Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of SJR 25. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, SJR 25 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request the current roll call be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call will be added as co-sponsors. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of HJR 1030.
House Joint Resolution 1030 by Representatives Gonzalez, R. and Joseph, and Senator Bright concerning designating a portion of Colorado Highway 14 in Weld County as Mono and Matt Road.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Resolution House Joint Resolution 261030
Further discussion?
and request that it be read at length.
Mr. Schaffler, please read HJR 1030 at length.
Whereas on June 1st, 2014, the Greeley community was deeply saddened by the tragic loss of two vibrant young student athletes, Edward Mono Hernandez and Matthew Garcia, following a traffic accident on County Road 90 and Colorado Highway 14. And whereas both Mono and Matt were cherished members of the Greeley Central High School basketball team, recognized by their teammates and coaches for their exceptional character, sportsmanship, and infectious spirits. And whereas Mono and Matt were more than just teammates, they were symbols of the dedication and heart that define the Greeley Central High School spirit, leaving an empty chair on the court that the community still feels today. And whereas the tragic accident on County Road 90 on June 1st, 2014 served as a poignant reminder of the fragility of life and sparked a renewed commitment to road safety and community support within Weld County. And whereas, in the wake of their loss, the Greeley Central family and the city at large demonstrated extraordinary resilience, coming together in candlelight vigils and memorial games to ensure that the light these two young men brought into the world would never be extinguished. And whereas Mono and Matt are remembered by their coaches and peers for their infectious smiles and unwavering positive energy, qualities that made them natural leaders and a friend to all who knew them. And whereas they were recognized for their tenacity and sportsmanship, embodying the grit and determination of a true student athlete both on and off the basketball court. And whereas in the years following their passing, the community has continued to honor their memory through tributes and memorials, demonstrating the enduring impact these young men had on the lives of those around them. And whereas it is fitting and proper that we preserve the legacy of these two sons of Weld County by designating the site of their memory as a place of lasting honor. And whereas it is the intent of the Colorado General Assembly to ensure that the names of Eduardo Mono Hernandez and Matthew Garcia remain etched into the geography of the state they called home, serving as a permanent tribute to their youth, their friendship, and their legacy. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 75th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein. 1, that the portion of Colorado Highway 14 between mile marker 165 and mile marker 167 be designated as Mono and Matt Road. 2, that the Colorado Department of Transportation may accept and expend gifts, grants, and donations for the purpose of the initial placement of signs to mark the portion of Colorado Highway 14 between mile marker 165 and mile marker 167 as Mono and Matt Road. And 3, that the Colorado Department of Transportation may explore a cooperative agreement with Weld County for the maintenance of the signs marking Mono and Matt Road. Be it further resolved that copies of this joint resolution be sent to the families of Eduardo Hernandez and Matthew Garcia, the Weld County Board of Commissioners, and the Greeley Central High School Athletic Department.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to ask for everyone's support of House Joint Resolution 261030, a measure that has already received the favor of the House and now becomes before this body to honor these two young men whose legacies remain a heartbeat of the Greeley community. Nearly 12 years ago, on June 1, 2014, Colorado lost two of its brightest lights, Matt Garcia and Edward Mono Hernandez. They were more than just standout student athletes at the Greeley Central High School. They were recent graduates with their entire lives ahead of them, known for their character and the joy they brought to everyone that they meet. The accident at County Road 90 and Colorado Highway Road 14 was a profound tragedy that shook our state, but in the decades since, the people of Greeley haven't just remembered how these young men died, they have celebrated how they lived. Matt and Mono were leaders who embodied sportsmanship and unity, qualities we strive for even in this chamber. This resolution officially designates the stretch of Colorado Highway 14 between mile markers 165 and 167 as the Mono and Matt Road. By passing this, we ensure that every traveler who passes through this part of Weld County is reminded that a community's bond is stronger than any tragedy. It is a permanent tribute to the two lives that, though short, left an enduring mark on the spirit of Colorado. I would urge my colleagues to join me in voting aye to honor the memory of Matt and Mono, and would also like to recognize those on the floor: Israel, Julian, Lisa, Angelo, Dallas, Linique, Maddie, and Natalie. Thank you.
Members, the motion is the passage of House Joint Resolution. We already made the motion. 1030. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Joint Resolution 1030 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the current roll call be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no opposition, the current roll call will be added as co-sponsors. Mr. Schaffler, please add Senator Danielson to the roll. Members, we'll take a brief senatorial 5 to greet our guests.
back to thirds.
Yeah, and then we're gonna go back to thirds.
Who's missing?
Consent calendar.
Where's Adrian?
Good to go. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a senatorial 5.
Again, we're going back to senatorial 5. All we're missing is ball. Ball is all we're missing. Ball is all we're missing.
Jesus Christ.
We're just missing ball. Let's get started, man. Robert, we're just missing ball. We need ball. I know we do, but we're not going to take the vote until he's back. Let's get going with the discussion.
All right.
Mr.
Third reading consent calendar?
No, we're going into the discussion. Mr. Majority Leader. All right, we're going into the confirmation.
Then you're going to hold for the vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate proceed out of order for consideration of governor's appointments.
The motion is to move out of order for consideration of governor's appointments. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Proceed out of order for consideration of governor's appointments. Consideration of governor's appointments. Mr. Schaffler, please read the appointment to the Transportation Commission.
Member of the Transportation Commission, effective July 2nd, 2025, for a term expiring July 1st, 2029, Juan Marcano of Aurora, Colorado, to serve as a commissioner from the 3rd Transportation District appointed.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the
Mike. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
the appointment of Juan Marcano to serve as member of the Transportation Commission.
Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is for the appointment of a member to the Transportation Commission. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Zamora Wilson, Rich, Baisley, Liston, Catlin, Pelton R., Carson, Doherty, Bright, Mullica, Pelton B., Lindstadt, Snyder. With a vote of 19 ayes, 16 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the appointment is confirmed. The following person, Juan Marcano, is appointed to the Transportation Commission. Third reading of bills. Consent calendar. Mr. Schaffler, please read the titles of all the bills on the consent calendar.
House Bill 1235 by Representative Ferre and Senator Doherty concerning updates to the medical assistance program. House Bill 1299 by Representatives Garcia, Sander, and Lukens and Senators Pelton B. and Bridges concerning reduction of regulatory burdens on local education providers. Senate Bill 175 by Senators Snyder and Catlin and Representatives Morrow and Richardson concerning the adjustment of an employer's experience modification factor in workers' compensation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the bills of third reading of bills, final passage consent calendar, which are House Bill 1235, House Bill 1299, and Senate Bill 175.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all the bills on third reading bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be a no vote for House Bill 1235. Thank you.
Senator Zamora Wilson will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1235. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1235.
Senator Rich recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1235. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to please be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1235.
Senator Baisley recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1235. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1235.
Senator Carson recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1235. Further no votes. Seeing none, with a vote of 31 ayes, 4 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1235 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senator Kipp, co-sponsors on 1235. With a vote, oh, please add the president. I forgot what I was doing. Oh, and Senator Snyder. Further co-sponsors on 1235? Seeing none. Oh, Senator Exum. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1299 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Kipp, please add the president. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 175 is passed. Co-sponsors. Oh, Senator Kipp, thank you so much. That way I'm not by myself. Oh, and Senator Benavidez. Co-sponsors, yep, Senator Liston, and Exum, and Mr. Majority Leader. On 175, Pelton R. Please add the president. Third reading of the bills, final passage, Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1113.
House Bill 1113 by Representatives Sirota and Wilford and Senators Wallace and Weissman concerning modifications to laws regarding elections and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1113 and ask permission to move a third reading amendment.
Oh, heck no. Please tell us why, Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. President. This is a drafter-generated amendment. Our intrepid drafter was reviewing the revised over the weekend and alerted us that some technical cleanups and citation references to federal law would be in order, so that's what this is, no substantive change.
The motion is permission to offer third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it and permission is granted. Pretty sure that's what I heard. There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, to please read L50.
Amendment L50.
Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. President. We move L50 to 1113.
To the amendment. Further discussion.
As discussed, technical changes.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L50 to House Bill 1113. Are there any no votes? Senators Zamora Wilson, Baisley, just in case. With a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, L50 is adopted. Further discussion, Senator Weissman.
For good measure, we move or remove House Bill 1113 as amended on third reading and ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion. There is discussion. Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as I had stated on seconds, I oppose this bill. There are a lot of vulnerabilities already that I mentioned, which were factual. And so this is going to be adding more vulnerabilities, and so I strenuously urge a no vote on, what are we at? House Bill 1113. Thank you.
Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1113. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Frizzell, Kirkmeyer, Zamora Wilson, Rich, Pelton B, Bright, Carson, Pelton R, Catlin, Liston, Baisley, with a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1113 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Kipp, Exum, Gonzalez, Judah, Marchman, Danielson, Benavidez, Snyder, Sullivan. Please add the president. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1346.
House Bill 1346 by Representatives Titone and Woodrow and Senators Kipp and Snyder concerning allowing the Department of the Treasury to sell unsold insurance premium tax credits to entities that are not insurance companies.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you. I may move HB 26, 1346 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1346. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Zamora Wilson, Rich, Baisley, Liston, Pelton R. Catlin. Very good job. Oh, okay. Senator Carson as well? All right. I thought you were telling him to vote yes. Bright. Pelton B. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1346 is passed. Co-sponsors. Please add the president. This is for 1346. And Senator Bridges. With no more co-sponsors, Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1252.
House Bill 1252 by Representatives Bradfield and Morrow and Senators Marchman and Carson concerning updates to state entities responsible for responding to emergency situations.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the passage of House Bill 1252 on third and final reading and ask for a favorable vote.
Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1252. Are there any no votes? Senators Zamora Wilson, Baisley, with a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1252 is passed. Co-sponsors. Please add the president. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1010.
House Bill 1010 by Representatives Wilford and Jackson and Senator Danielson concerning increasing support for older adults in the workforce.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of House Bill 1010 on third reading and final passage.
The motion is the passage of House Bill 1010. Are there any no votes? Senators Zamora Wilson, Rich, Baisley, Liston, Pelton R., Frizzell, Kirkmeyer, Carson, Mr. Minority Leader, Bright, Pelton B. With a vote of, and Senator Catlin as a no vote. That's horrible. Who said he has short arms? Senator Liston will be fined $1 for saying Senator Catlin has short arms. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, excused, House Bill 1010 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Wallace, Judah, Kipp, Benavidez, Mr. Majority Leader, Cutter, Marchman, Snyder, Henriksen, Sullivan, Lindstedt, Exum. Please add the president. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Bill 177. Good.
Senate Bill 177 by Senators Ball and Benavidez and Representatives Gilchrist and Mabry concerning a property owner's ability to petition a court for limited access to an adjoining property to make repairs.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 177 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion. There is further discussion. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning.
Good morning.
Members, I asked for an aye vote, or no vote on this bill, 177, and here's why. I just feel, and I didn't have the opportunity to speak to this the other day because I was excused, so that's why I'm doing it now. This bill allows for the infringement on people's private property rights. It allows for, whether you're getting along with your neighbor or not, for them to, and I'm just assuming by the way the bill is written, that it looks like maybe you have an adjoining wall that is, the same, one on one side, one on the other, and you don't get along with your neighbor or the person on the other side of the wall, and so you can petition a court and enter into their property to do repairs and maintenance. Sounds simple. Sounds like something maybe that, neighbors should be able to work out on their own. I don't know why they have to go to court, but there must be a good reason why maybe somebody is saying no. But here's the thing that was a real kicker to me. First of all, you go through this whole bill, and there was an amendment that was made that says, and it's section 6 on page 4, that says, does not apply if the adjoining property is owned or controlled by the federal government, the state, or a political subdivision of the state. Only if it's an individual. Only if it's an individual's private property does it apply to. Do you get to infringe on their property rights? But if the government, so if it's a government building, You don't get to do that. Really? I think I heard this the other day in a committee. Rules for thee, but not for we. So not for the government. If it's good enough that they should get to enter into someone's private property by going through a court, but they can't do that if it's a federal government, the state, or a political subdivision. But as I read through this bill, again, it's just totally an infringement on people's private property. We have no idea what is going on between neighbors, what has transpired between those neighbors, between those property owners that are adjacent and adjoining each other, however it may be. But there are words in this bill that say things like, if a requesting owner seeks to make repairs or to complete maintenance on the requesting owner's property, the repairs or maintenance cannot be reasonably accomplished without entering onto the adjoining owner's property, and the adjoining owner refuses to permit entry. In other words, says, no, you don't get to come into my townhouse. You don't get to come into my home so that you can do something to repair something on yours. You don't get to. I don't want you in my home. Or maybe I just don't want you on my property. Maybe, I don't know, they kicked their dog or something. I don't know. But cannot reasonably be accomplished. What does that actually mean? Who sets that bar? A court? So now because I don't want to allow my neighbor to come onto my property, because one, I don't trust them. Two, what if they get hurt? What if they do damage to my property? There's nothing in here other than the court can put any condition deemed necessary by them. Reasonable compensation to the adjoining owner. Again, reasonable. Who knows what that means? There's nothing in here about indemnification. What if they cause harm? What if they get hurt? Do they have to have insurance before they can come onto my property, or does my insurance have to cover it? These are things that are just not right. This is a total infringement on someone's private property right. They should not, your neighbor should not get to go to a court and say, God, I got to repair something on my property. I want to do it from the other side. I want to do it from my neighbor's property. And I'm being reasonable, and I'll pay reasonable costs. Maybe the court doesn't know the whole story. Now I'm going to have to go to court and protect my private property, my rights. This is an infringement. People should be able to work it out. I agree. I can't tell you how many times as a county commissioner I talked about the good neighbor law. About, people just need to be good neighbors. It used to be you could do a handshake over the backyard fence, or over, in my case, the barbed wire fence. Unfortunately, maybe it's not that way. I mean, there's language in here that will not affect any easement. Great. This is exactly why we have easements in place. Now, I don't know what the maintenance is, or what the repair is. I don't know if it's a repair to a roadway, but generally speaking, those are an easement that's in place. And there are requirements within that easement. And now you're saying maybe it might be a new property owner who doesn't understand what the easement is, doesn't understand all the requirements on that easement, doesn't understand what a note on the plat means, for goodness sakes, and doesn't understand private property rights, but now wants to change that easement. There's a process they can go through for that. And there is a process in place, but they have an easement, and those property owners have to abide by that easement. But again, the court getting to prescribe the conditions, the court getting to make this determination that someone can enter onto someone else's property is just wrong. That is not the country we live in. We don't get to take people's private property rights, because in essence, to me, this is almost a takings. And I know it maybe doesn't meet the letter of the law, but that's what it feels like. I should not have to allow my neighbor to enter onto my property to make repairs that are for their property. It is my property. There's no reason why they can't work from their own property to get their repairs and their maintenance done. I can't think of any reason where there would be that. If they have a common wall, do it from your own side of the wall. What if they put a hole in the wall, and who's going to repair that? Who's responsible for that? And I know you think that the court will do that. Do we end up right back in court? What if they don't repair it to a standard that was consistent to the way that the wall was in the first place? Do I now have to take them back to court? Go to small claims court? You're just opening up a huge can of worms here. But more importantly, a court should not get to determine access to my private property just so my neighbor can repair or maintain something on their property. Here's the key words. It's on their property. Go repair it on your property. You know, you can even trim trees from your own property. You don't need to go on your neighbor's property to do things of that nature, if that's what's meant by maintenance. But I have no idea here, because these words are so vague and so broad. But again, this just should not be allowed to happen. I understand that maybe there was a case someplace where a neighbor needed to go, where someone needs to go on someone else's property to try and fix their property, and they couldn't get it worked out. Believe me, I've heard several cases of those in the past, in a former life. They shouldn't get to go petition the court. The individual who does not wish to have someone on their private property for whatever reasons, it's their property. It is their home. It is where maybe they're doing their business. And they should get to say who gets to be on their property for whatever reason. Otherwise, it's called trespassing. And we should not be dictating this in a court of law. This is not where this needs to go. Maybe they need to just try and figure it out themselves, or maybe they need to just repair their property, doing so from their property, or maintain their property, doing so from their property. I would ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 177. Let's protect people's homes. Let's protect their property rights. Let's protect the sanctity of their home. They shouldn't be required. They shouldn't have to go through costs, because this will cost them money now. Going to court will cost them money. It will cost them time away from work. It will cost them time away from doing anything else that they would rather be doing. Let's protect them instead of infringing on their property or infringing on their home. I ask for a no vote on 177. We shouldn't be settling disputes with legislation. We should not be settling that with legislation. I ask for no vote.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I concur with my colleague from Brighton, made some excellent comments and points. I mean, we swear an oath to protect and defend the Constitution. I mean, our job is to secure life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness of Coloradans, and that includes our property rights. And property rights are one of the most foundational liberties protected under the constitutional system. Ownership means more than just simply holding a title. It includes the right to control access to your land and the right to exclude others. Yeah, property rights include the right to exclude others from entering our land. As I had mentioned prior, you know, when you purchase property and if there's an easement, you're aware of that. And likewise, there was a concern, well, what if you need to get on your neighbor's land and they move and you have a new neighbor? Well, the same argument stands. That new neighbor, when they buy it in the paperwork, is aware of any easements. And here, right now, neighbors, if they have disputes, they're incentivized to take it upon themselves to work it out on their own. And if this bill passes, it'll remove that incentive, which increases costs in court cases, bogs down our court systems, and there's the non-monetary costs that my colleague just mentioned. You know, what if they destroy something someone enters my property and they destroy something, and then I have to take them to court. That's time, that's money, that's resources that I have to now face, and it's my property. This is government-compelled access onto private property. And again, it was mentioned, rules for thee, rules for me, not for thee. And so this legislation risks weakening the longstanding property rights, protections, and I urge a no vote on Senate Bill 177. Thank you.
Further discussion? Senator Benavidez.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, you know, with all due respect to my colleagues, I understand your property is your property and you don't want people on it. And this bill does not take anybody's property. It sets out a procedure. If people can't reach a resolution of their disputes. We had one witness and he talked about a 3-year continuing battle where there weren't easements. There's many, like my home is on a corner. I have an easement all around it, but between me and my neighbor, there is no easement. There's a set aside if I want to build something or do something, but there is no easement between properties in that sense that allows anybody to go on or off or anything like that. And 3 years ago, my neighbor had a huge tree in his backyard. A few of the big branches came over to my yard. He told me he was going to cut it down. He wanted to make sure the people that were cutting it, somebody could be in my yard, so if one of those big branches, they could avoid any damage. And I said, of course, go ahead. And he did that, and that was fine. We resolved the dispute before it became any kind of a dispute. And the witness we had described trying to get going to the neighbor, asking him, and he said their houses, it's an older home built in the late 1800s, 5 feet between the homes. And there are homes in cities that are that close to one another. And if you have to fix the roof and you have 5 feet, you can't really do it just on your side. So that's what that dispute, and this is just one example of a dispute. And all this bill says, okay, you tried to reach agreement with them, you can't get a resolution, so now consider mediation, where you can talk with somebody to help you through that. If you can't do that, then as a last resort, go to court and let somebody else, but not dictating, because what else would they do? One side could say, nope, never coming on my property, you can't fix your house. What does that do for that person's property value if all of the property starts being in disrepair? So it is at a point in time, and I know there was an argument made about a party wall. Well, whenever you have those, usually you have covenants, and you have homeowners agreements that cover that. But even then, you may have to do that, and through the homeowners association to be able to do that. But if they punch a hole in your wall, well, that hurts your property, and you don't want that to happen. And yes, there can be somebody gets hurt. But if somebody gets hurt, that's kind of why we all have homeowners insurance, you know? And we don't expect people to get hurt, but things happen. And there is a way to fix that if they were to happen. Otherwise, you'd have to set up a contract every time you want to repair your home with your neighbor to say, this is what I'm going to do, this is how I'm going to do it, this is the liability if something happens, this is what would happen. That already exists. This is really just to help resolve disputes. It's not taking anything from anyone's property, so I urge a aye vote.
Further discussion? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. I don't know why I keep doing that, I apologize.
It's all right, you're correct.
Thank you. And thank you to the good sponsor from Adams County. And thank you for letting me know that this is about a roof. So roofs are one of the most dangerous things to be fixing. They cause a lot of accidents and a lot of insurance rates that go up because of accidents that occur. But the roofing company has every ability to provide for the roof and grapple down and do whatever they need to do to fix the roof from the top of the roof, which is on the roof, which is on the requesting owner's property. There's absolutely no reason for you to have to go across the property line to fix the roof, even if there is only 5 feet between it. There's no reason. So if that's what this issue is about, I guess I just don't understand why we're carrying legislation for a single individual who wants to get his roof fixed. That will impact everybody. I don't get that. Especially when you have the ability, and the roofing company has the ability to stay on the roof to fix the roof. I know, and I think we all know, I'm sure we've all seen roofing companies and individuals who are out fixing roofs after hailstorms and how they stay on the roof. They don't climb up from a ladder anymore. They put on like mountain climbing gear and ropes, and they have themselves attached to the roof so they can go all the way down to the edge. So it's not necessary. But here's the other thing in this bill. Thank you for bringing it up. And oh, by the way, I understand everyone has homeowners insurance. But if an accident occurs on your property and you have to make a claim, guess what happens to your homeowner's insurance? It goes up. So I agree, people should be good neighbors. We have no idea what happened between these neighbors that they don't want to allow it. Maybe it's because they're worried about the harm or the liability that they may be getting should something occur and someone get hurt and they land on their property. And they agree to it. Maybe that's it. I don't know. But there's an amendment that was made. Before bringing an action pursuant to subsection of this section, the requesting owner is encouraged to engage in alternative dispute resolution. Doesn't say they have to, just says they're encouraged to engage. Does that mean they pay for it? Because alternative dispute resolution costs money. So does that mean they pay for it? Do they pay for the mediation with the adjoining property owner? What if the adjoining property owner just doesn't want to do that? Maybe he doesn't like his neighbor and doesn't want to talk to him. These maintenance and repairs can all be done by the individual requesting this on their property. There's no reason to infringe on their neighbor's property. That's why there's probably at least 5 feet there, so that they don't have to infringe on their neighbor's property. And again, if it is such a great idea, why is the federal government, the state, or a political subdivision of the state, why doesn't it apply to them? Why doesn't it apply to them? So again, I would ask for a no vote. This bill is not necessary. This bill is, you're just trying to make neighbors like even more ticked off at each other and probably cause more issues, quite frankly, between those neighbors if they do go to court or if they go anywhere to try and settle this dispute. So court is not the answer. Trying to work with your neighbor, working with the people who are doing the repairs and maintenance and make sure that they stay on their property. They know when they're making repairs that they have to stay on that property owner's property, that they can't trespass onto the next door neighbor's property. So again, sounds like it's for a single case, a single situation that we're going to legislate for. I didn't think we did that. But we certainly should not be infringing on someone's private property, on their home or on their property for any reason. That should not be happening. So I ask for a no vote on 177.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I stand with my colleagues in opposition of Senate Bill 177. I have been at this podium in the last year talking about the burdens that we have on our court system already. This just adds to that. And I'm glad that it was amended to reflect other remedies because that's really important. Where I live, we have homeowners associations, and we have other entities that can mediate disputes between homeowners. And that's important that that is really the first thing that happens if people disagree. And I agree with the good senator from Brighton. This is a huge infringement on property rights. And I want to talk about that concept a little bit here because prior to coming to the legislature, I was a licensed appraiser. I was a certified residential appraiser. And one of the things that we look at when we are appraising properties would be what they're called the bundle of rights, right? There's the bundle of rights of property ownership. And those rights are the right of possession. You have the right of legal ownership and the ability to occupy and hold the property. You have the right of control, the ability to use, manage, or alter the property, like remodeling, within legal limits, of course. You have the right of disposition. You can sell it, you can lease it, and again, legally permissible use. You have the right of enjoyment, the right to use the property for legally permissible activities. And the last stick in that bundle of rights is the right of exclusion. The right of exclusion is really important because that's what this bill is about. One of the sticks in the bundle of rights, property rights, is the authority to restrict others from entering or using the property. And what we are doing with this bill, Senate Bill 177, is we are effectively removing a property right from a property owner here in the state of Colorado. We are saying that you own the property, you can enjoy it, you can dispose of it, you can possess it, you can control it, but you do not have the right of exclusion here in Colorado. And that's important. If you are a property owner, or you want to be a property owner, this is important to you. This bill is important because we're taking away a property right. I urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 177. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Zamora Wilson, Rich, Baisley, Liston, Pelton R., Catlin, Carson, Bright, Pelton B., with a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused. Senate Bill 177 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Henriksen. Please add Senator Wallace as a co-sponsor. Further co-sponsors on 177, Senator Cutter, Kipp, Snyder, Gonzalez. Please add the president. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1343.
House Bill 1343 by Representatives Morrow and Clifford and Senator Marchman concerning expanding the use of electronic processes in proceedings involving State Administrative Procedure Act.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1343 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1343. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1343 is passed. Co-sponsors. Please add the president. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1143.
House Bill 1143 by Representatives Ricks and Joseph and Senators Weissman and Benavidez concerning information collected for a background check by entities that provide non-employment-based educational opportunities.
Senator Benavidez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 261143 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion to pass House Bill 1143. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Rich, Zamora Wilson, Frizzell, Kirkmeyer, Pelton B, Bright, Carson, Pelton R, Catlin, Liston, Baisley, with a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused. House Bill 1143 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Kipp, Judah, Wallace, Marchman, Cutter, Exum, Gonzalez. Please add the president. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Bill 182.
Senate Bill 182 by Senators Snyder and Simpson and Representatives Caldwell and Pascal concerning an updated clean energy plan from a municipally owned utility.
Senator Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 182 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion to pass is Senate Bill 182. Are there any no votes? With Senator Kipp is a no vote, and Senator Wallace. Sullivan, no votes on 182. With a vote of 32 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 182 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Liston, Pelton R, Carson, Kirkmeyer, Pelton B, Frizzell. Please add the president. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Bill 003.
Senate Bill 003 by Senators Wallace and Cutter and Representatives Brown and R. Stewart concerning expanding the scope of the Battery Stewardship Act to cover the end-of-life management of electric vehicle batteries.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 3 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 3. Are there any no votes? Senators Zamora Wilson, Rich, Baisley, with a vote of 32 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 003 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Judah, Kipp, Danielson, Amabile, Benavidez, Weissman, Henriksen, Gonzalez, Ball, Lindstedt, Bridges, Sullivan, Exum, Roberts. Please add the president. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1109.
House Bill 1109 by Representatives Stewart K. and Joseph and Senator Danielson concerning the commission of a study to determine if additional consumer protections are needed for the deaf, hard of hearing, and deaf-blind community with respect to sign language interpretation services provided in the state.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1109 on third reading and final passage.
Further discussion? There is discussion. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I won't take long. It's just that this is the last piece of legislation that I'm going to do with the Deaf, Hard of Hearing, and Deaf-Blind Commission and the community. And I just wanted to say a quick thank you for everyone that I've worked with since 2015. It's an incredible community with absolutely just wonderful leaders, and it's been my privilege. And I just wanted to take a moment to say all of the work that we've done has made a lot of difference, and I look forward to what you all will do with this community next year when I'm gone. And with that, I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1109. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader Kirkmeyer, Frizzell, Zamora Wilson, Rich, Baisley, Liston, Pelton R, Carson, Bright, Pelton B, with a vote of 20. Kathleen, you wanted to be a yes on that, right? Just make it show, bruh. With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 no, 0 absent or excused, House Bill 1109 is passed. Co-sponsors.
Thank you.
Senators Kip, Wallace, Benavidez, Judah, Marchman, Cutter, Amabile, Weissman, Snyder, Sullivan, Gonzalez, Lindstedt, Exum, Mullica, Roberts. Please add the president. Mr. Majority Leader, would you like to grant leave? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to I waive Senate Rule 21C to grant leave to the JBC so they can meet while we're in session.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. For some reason, again, my hearing's really bad. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get up out of here if you want to. General orders. Second reading of the bill, Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself as a committee of the whole for consideration of general order, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. The Senate resolves itself committee of the whole for consideration of general orders. Second reading of the bills, and Senator Henriksen will take the chair.
The committee of the whole will come to order, and the coat rule is relaxed for everybody, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 68 until Tuesday, May the 5th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 68 until tomorrow, Tuesday, May the 5th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The aye has it, and Senate Bill 68 is laid over. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to proceed out of order, take up Senate Bill 82.
Motion is to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 82. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we'll proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 82. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 82 until Tuesday, May the 5th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 82 until tomorrow, Tuesday, May the 5th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 82 is laid over. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee proceed out of order, take up Senate Bill 152.
The motion is to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 152. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we'll proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 152. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title of Senate Bill 152?
Senate Bill 152 by Senators Ball and Pelton B. Concerning changes to the usage of automated vehicle identification systems.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move 152 in the Transportation Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what we did in the committee report is we defined AVIS in the legislative declaration, and we also did a little bit in the liability section to make sure we spelled it out that if you did get a ticket where somebody else is driving your vehicle, you have a complete way to make sure to dispute that. And we also made sure that we continued down the whole definition part of the violations within school zones and in maintenance zones and that sort of thing with maximum penalties. So that was what we amended in the Transportation Committee.
The motion is adoption of the Transportation and Energy Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've got several amendments, but I want to talk about the bill for just a minute. So Senate Bill 152 comes to us by Kersey and Hudson now in the news, but there has been some questions about how much can be charged when you get a ticket in speeding in these zones with these cameras. So one of the things that we talked about was to make sure that we spelled out
exactly what the fines are, and we're changing them a little bit. Here's what we're changing. Right now, current law, 1 to 9 miles an hour over the speed limit is a warning first, then you get a ticket of $40. We're changing that to be 1 to 5 miles an hour is a warning only. No matter what, no fines, you're gonna get a warning. 6 to 9, you're gonna get a warning first, then you're going to get a ticket if you do it the next one. So we're making it a little bit more difficult. The other thing that we're doing in this bill is we're making it more transparent. So now the municipality or the county or the local government will have to do signage to make sure that tell people that the cameras are going up. The other thing they have to do is they have to do a social media campaign. If they have social media, they have to get it out there to say, this is where the camera's going up. We're going to show you where it's going up. The other thing that we're doing in this bill is we're also making sure that we are preventing large companies from coming in here and taking advantage of municipalities by making money, making a revenue stream. Not every company is doing that, but we feel like there are some that possibly might use us as that with these smaller municipalities. So we're making sure that we're shoring that up so it's not going any further. And the final thing that we are adding a fine. Anybody going 25 miles an hour or over will get a $120 fine. We are adding that piece because right now in current law, there's nothing. But anybody going 25 miles an hour and over will get a fine. So with that, I'm going to add some amendments. So here's the first one.
You don't need this one.
No, we were going to do that one.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L007?
Amendment L7.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L007 to Senate Bill 152.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All this does is it separates what the AVA system is to an automatic license plate reader system. So we're actually calling out, we're using AVIS, which is automatic vehicle identification system, and it does not include what the license plate readers. So I ask for an aye vote.
Motion is the adoption of L007 to Senate Bill 152. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L7 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffel, will you please read L9?
Amendment
Senator
L9.
Pelton.
Amendment printed bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L009 to Senate Bill 152.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what we're doing here is this is an amendment from CDOT that is allowing us, that is telling us how high we need to have the letters when we're putting up the signage and that sort of thing. This is just a cleanup from CDOT to make sure that everybody's uniform. I ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of L9 to Senate Bill 152. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L9 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffel, will you please read L10?
Amendment L10.
Senator Pelton.
I move L10 to Senate Bill 152.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this one does is it actually spells out that this be structured as a flat monthly fee or flat hourly rate. And it is not a contingent among how many upon and does not vary based on the number of traffic citations issued or the amount of revenue generated. There's other stuff in there, but let me just put it to you this way. What we're trying to do with this amendment is we're trying to prevent these cameras from being revenue-enhancing cameras. That's what we're doing with this. We're making sure to put so much sideboards on it that we're trying to prevent companies from making a lot of revenue from these. That's the point of this amendment. So I ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of L10 to Senate Bill 152. All those in favor say aye.
Mm-hmm.
Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L10 is adopted. Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clear up one thing because there was some reporting on this bill that was not accurate, that stated that we were now allowing for tickets where they didn't previously exist for people who are going between 6 and 9 miles an hour. Right now, you can get a ticket from an automated speed camera if you're going 1 mile over the speed limit. You have to get a warning the first time, but after that, you can get a ticket for going 1 mile over the speed limit. We are changing that by saying that anything that is below 6 miles an hour, so between 1 and 5 miles over the speed limit, The only thing that you will get is a warning. So I just want to clear that up because the reporting on this bill was incorrect about that provision. And just reassure everybody here that actually what we're doing is really decreasing the amount of penalties that the people in Colorado might get for going 2 or 3 miles over the speed limit if they are caught by an automatic speed camera.
The motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 152. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 152 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to House Bill 1322?
House Bill 1322 by Representatives Valdez and McCormick and Senators Cutter and Mullica concerning civil actions against certain individuals engaging in conversion therapy efforts.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1322 and the Judiciary Report.
To the Judiciary Report.
We just adopted amendment to streamline the language a bit.
The motion is the adoption of the Senate Judiciary Report to House Bill 1322. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Judiciary Report is adopted. To the bill.
Go ahead.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, really want to take this opportunity to thank my co-prime sponsor for being on this bill with me. We had a robust debate in the Judiciary Committee, and we're bringing this bill because no matter how you identify or who you love, you have the right to be protected. You have the right to make sure that a licensed healthcare professional doesn't do anything that could cause you harm. And what this bill is doing is it's saying that if that licensed healthcare professional causes you harm, causes you trauma, which we know can sometimes not be realized for years, that this individual has the opportunity to address that and to make sure that we're doing something about it and making sure that that folks who are going through this, that they have a process and outlet to address it. So excited to bring this bill before you and would ask for a yes vote.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleague here did a great job of describing, my colleague from Thornton did a great job describing this bill. I think that over the past several years serving on the Behavioral Health Committee, we see so much testimony. Mental health is so important, and I think we're beginning to realize that it is equally as important as physical health. And so it's incredibly important that licensed mental health providers are not inflicting damage and trauma. This is simply about ensuring that they are following standards and not inflicting irreparable emotional harm, which is difficult to recognize for many, many years. We heard some really powerful testimony in committee, and so we ask for your support of that today. However,
there is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffel, will you please read L28?
Amendment L28, amendment
Senator
bill.
Cutter.
I move Amendment L28 to House Bill 1322 and ask for the support.
So moved. Discussion on L28. Senator Cutter.
Okay, so this bill has two central goals. It really preserves Colorado's prohibition of conversion therapy for minors by clarifying the definition, and that ensures that people harmed by conversion therapy have adequate time to bring a claim for damages. So the amendment strikes several subsections that were determined to be extraneous to those two central goals. It removes language addressing substantial causation, language addressing third-party liability, and language addressing expert testimony in these cases. So it was determined by advocates and attorneys that restating those rules in this bill served no operative purpose. So we think this preserves the intent of the bill and just clarifies things, so ask for your support.
Further discussion on L28. Senator Zamora-Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, House Bill 1322 just flies in the face of the recent Supreme Court ruling. And we're opening ourselves up to more lawsuits. As the Supreme Court already ruled, that was unconstitutional. This is unconstitutional.
And I want to be clear, Senator, are we on L28?
Oh, we're still on the amendment. My apologies. Do I have anything on the amendment? I will hold off.
Further discussion on L28, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the amendment, I just wanted to get up and offer my thanks to the sponsor for providing the amendment last Friday, so I got the weekend to go through it because it does amend the re-engrossed bill, and to the sponsor's point, it's largely striking several paragraphs and sentences, and I'm trying to see that it's a substantial amendment that does quite a bit of taking language out of the bill. I stand in support of Amendment L028.
The motion is the adoption of L28 to House Bill 1322. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L28 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now we can talk to the bill. Yes, as I mentioned, the Supreme Court had already ruled on one of Colorado's laws and in regards to this arena and ruled it as unconstitutional. And House Bill 1322 is an unconstitutional workaround that will harm families and the counselors who work to help those families. And this bill allows counselors, parents, and counseling practices to be sued for providing care that accords with biological reality. And this bill departs from normal legal principles, extending the statute of limitations. I know we have an amendment. Obviously, I have not been able to go through all of it as far as where those the timeframes are, but it drastically alters how causation is proved, making it nearly impossible to defend against such actions once in court. And I had already mentioned that this ignores the Supreme Court precedent, and it chills speech and pushes harmful ideology. This bill also has implications for parental rights. When looking at this bill in conjunction with 1309, it is clear that Colorado plans to silence all dissent and punish those who dare to speak up for their children. Under 1322, dissenters can be sued into oblivion, and under House Bill 1309, dissenters risk losing custody of their children. And so, in section 1320, 1302, 3, and again, things have changed, so I don't know how this impacts this, but it provides a cause of action against a licensed mental health professional, a person who employed, a person who negligently hired, has that provision in there. This means that not only the counselor be sued, but any organization, school, or counseling practice that employs a counselor who encourages their patient to gain comfort with their biological sex, or who simply wants to provide that service to clients who explicitly request it. They can be sued. And further, this provision allows parents to be sued for hiring and/or retaining such a counselor for their child. And this means in this bill, for example, someone could sue a counselor, the practice the counselor worked for, and the patient's parents 50 years after the counseling took place. Lawsuits could be brought long after the counseling has ended, the counselor has retired, the practice has closed, and patient files have been lost or destroyed. Where have you heard of this? I mean, this is almost unheard of. The claims in Colorado, except those for sexual misconduct, have a statute of limitations. Even when a law does not specifically include a statute of limitations, the default presumption is that the statute of limitation is 2 years, not unlimited. As it relates to malpractice, all other instances, whether medical or legal, the statute of limitations is 2 years. There is no reason that this sort of healthcare-related claim should be any different. And once in court, the bill substantially changes the burden of proof. In most actions for malpractice, a plaintiff must prove that the harm they have experienced was actually caused by the actions of that mental health practitioner. This bill, however, radically alters that framework. Instead, the findings of this bill asserts that causation should be easier to prove, saying Colorado law should allow plaintiffs to establish causation without requiring proof of the precise mechanism by which the harm occurred. And again, I don't know if this amendment that was just passed impacts that. And more specifically, we have causation can be proved with as little as simply introducing scientific literature showing that sexual orientation or gender identity change efforts are capable of causing the type of psychological injury or illness the plaintiff suffers. After a plaintiff makes this general cursory showing, the judge must then presume that the specific causation exists, and a counselor can only overcome this by showing a preponderance of the evidence that the supposed harm was caused solely by factors unrelated to anything the counselor may have done. And this is going to make it nearly impossible for a counselor not to be liable under this section. This bill will have the same result as Colorado's previous law, which again, the Supreme Court recently held in Childs versus Salazar, was unconstitutional because it violated the free speech clause by selectively silencing only the viewpoints Colorado disagreed with. And lastly, this bill is unnecessary. It's worth noting that Colorado already has medical malpractice provisions under which counselors can be sued. Additionally, counselors can already face professional discipline and have their license revoked for engaging in certain behavior, including ordering or performing any service or treatment that is contrary to the generally accepted standards of the person's practice and is without clinical justification. And so I urge a no vote on House Bill 1322. Thank you.
Minority Leader Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I step into this space without much background or knowledge, try to read the bill and understand the intent and maybe the unintended consequences. I read it as seeking civil remedies for, I don't want to call it bad behavior, but damaging behavior, and I fully support, everybody should be held accountable for their actions. Reading it, it just feels, the gut instinct is it casts a really broad net and maybe too overwhelming, I guess, from my perspective. And how do you hold people accountable for therapies and services that they provide? I want to support that, but the bill just feels like it just goes too far to seek actions for claims against what I guess would be characterized as inappropriate therapy. So, and I'm not comfortable in this space, but trying to figure it out, and appreciate the sponsor's effort, but I'm going to rise in support of 1322. Did I just say that? Let me rephrase that real quickly and say, while I was looking at the sponsors and wanting to be in support, I'm going to be in opposition to 1322. Thank you.
The motion is the adoption of House Bill 1322. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1322 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 115 until the end of the calendar.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 115 to the end of the calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senate Bill 115 is laid over to the end of the calendar. Mr. Schaffel, will you please read the title to House Bill 1123?
House Bill 1123 by Representatives Stewart K. and Mabry and Senators Amabile and Weissman concerning measures to prevent sexual abuse in jails and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We move 1123 in the committee report from Judiciary.
To the Judiciary Committee report.
In Judiciary a while ago now, we adopted, I think, 5 different amendments reflecting hours of negotiations with the county sheriffs subsequent to when the bill came out of the House. Normally, I don't refer to individual stakeholders, but this is a bill about what happens in jails, and as we know, the sheriffs run the jails. That's the only reason I'm speaking of them specifically, so we ask for your support of the Judiciary report.
The motion is the adoption of the Judiciary report for House Bill 1123. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary report is adopted. Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the bill is motivated, this bill is motivated by a thing that happened in Durango, where a jail officer repeatedly watched strip search videos. And when I say repeatedly, I mean thousands of times. And many, well, I actually think he's been, that's okay. I think there was no doubt that this happened, and there were many victims in this jail who had these videos subject to somebody reviewing them for their own gratification. And that created a lot of trauma for the victims. And that's the motivation for the bill. But it is a thing where the sheriffs did come together and say, okay, we don't want that to happen either, and this person did a bad thing. But it isn't just one person in one jail that we have to worry about. We have to worry about that. We have to make the victims whole. But we also have to worry about what are the practices around these strip search videos, and how do we make sure that nothing like that ever happens again, and that we will quickly, if it does, be able to hold people accountable. And that's what this bill is about. And I want to just say that my co-prime has worked incredibly hard, because every time we turned around, there were more amendments coming. And I don't believe at any time did anybody ever say, nope, we're done. We've been working on this, and specifically my co-prime has been working really hard to get everybody to the table, to make sure we have a bill that's implementable and a bill that will actually do the thing that it's supposed to do. And I ask for a yes.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the kind words from the senator from Boulder County. Members, a lot of the bills that we do in judiciary are sort of a pattern or of a type where we become aware of some injury or some wrong or some victimization that has happened, and then we have a bill to try to fix the law so it doesn't happen again. We can't rewind time and undo something that has happened, but we can learn from it. Examples are, drunk driving contexts, or we don't get a breath test quickly enough. I mean, just to use a few examples from this year in the committee. What's a bit different here is that those victimized were inmates in one of our county jails in Southwest Colorado. If you are in a jail, and let's presume that due process has been complied with, you've done something wrong, you might be serving a sentence, you might be there in a pretrial context. So because of what you've done to get there, you have forfeited some of your rights, but not all of those. I think how we're measured in this country is how we treat, those sort of on the margins, and there's some conduct that happened in one of our jails that doesn't measure up to that standard. I think nobody is defending that. And again, as the senator from Boulder mentioned, the question here is now how do we go forward, and hopefully it never happens again. So we adopted the committee report a moment ago. We have had ongoing conversations subsequent to that, and reflecting such conversations, I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schauffler, will you please read L24?
Amendment
Senator
L24.
Weisman. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move L24 to House Bill 1123.
So moved. Senator Weissman.
Thanks. Just wanted to be clear there. Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, members. Probably the single biggest thing about which there wasn't quite full agreement coming out of Judiciary Committee a couple weeks ago was exactly what is the language in the bill delimiting when may a strip search be conducted. There was work in the House. I think we got closer in committee, but this is really the thing we've been negotiating on for hours and meetings and Zooms and emails and text messages for a couple of weeks now. So here's the basic bargain, if you will, that is achieved in L24. On the one hand, we as sponsors, advocates of this policy, frankly have consented to a broader, more wide open kind of language in terms of what is permitted than we would like to. We acknowledge that there are safety concerns in a carceral context. People may try to slip something in. There may be an overdose. There may be questions about that, protecting the safety of others. So the language newly added, particularly lines 15 to 27, page 1 of the amendment, is to create enough space for that to happen. However, given that, we feel that the reporting that was already in the bill is now of heightened importance. So there is a provision whereby if not a standard default policy search, say when you come in from outside, there's going to be a strip search to make sure people aren't bringing things in from outside. But then when you have these parts of the bill that allow a strip search beyond that, now we need to document that, and there's a process by which the county will report it annually to the Division of Criminal Justice in DPS. They'll put it available on a website. Within a month after that, we'll do that for 5 years, and then it'll repeal in that 5-year time. We'll generate some data. We'll learn more about what strip searches are happening, with what reason, with what result, and then we could be in a position to make policy about all of that. Subsequent to that data, if we needed to. So we ask for your support of L24.
Further discussion on L24. Senator Zamora-Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is just a point of clarification with the body cameras. I'm trying to digest the amendment. So what are the procedures with the body cameras as strip search? Thank you.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you. Yeah, we did have a lot of discussion about this in Judiciary, so thanks for the chance to unpack. As the bill came over from the House, there was language in the bill that talked about either of two different kinds of camera systems. One was what we might call older sort of security cameras, something mounted on the ceiling or high up on the wall or whatnot, and were we going to use that? Or were we going to use a BWC, body-worn camera? The gravamen of all the amendments in Judiciary Committee was to move in the direction of BWC. Obviously, there can be some challenges about that, but a couple of reasons are, for reasons unrelated to this bill, we, the legislature, have mandated those to be used generally in police work for other reasons. So they're out there is the bottom line of it. Also, we know from talking to representatives of the sheriffs, the software or hardware and software vendors have technologies by which You can track access to video. You can tag video so that access can be restricted. We've got language by amendment in the bill about that. So as my colleague from Boulder alluded to, there were really sort of two violations going on here. One was inappropriate strip searches in the county we've spoken of in the first instance. The other was the ongoing violation of officials of that sheriff's office viewing these videos time and time and time and time again, in some cases remotely, not even from within the state of Colorado, obviously not for criminal justice purposes, obviously for prurient purposes. And frankly, I've come to sense through talking to advocates that that was if anything, the greater violation against those who were wronged than the search in the first instance. So we need to have, as part of this policy, a way to restrict access and track access of video that is created in connection with a strip search. What we found in our meetings with the sheriffs is there's a better ability to do that with the BWC systems. It's just kind of built in. When we tried to grapple with how do we achieve those goals of restricting access and tracking who's accessing with the overhead type of cameras, you kind of just can't get there. The technology is just not built that way. So we took references to overhead security type cameras out of the bill. When there is a strip search, it will now be captured pursuant to BWC, and any footage will be regulated pursuant to other things we put in the bill by means of amendments. Does that help?
Motion is the adoption of L24 to House Bill 1123. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L24 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the senator, our chairman from Aurora and the senator from Boulder for their work on this bill. I think this is a very important piece of legislation. I want to get a little feedback on this amendment, but we hear a lot of concerning testimony in the Judiciary Committee, and I got to say the testimony on this particular issue was particularly concerning. Truly offensive violation of people's, particularly women's, privacy and rights. We're talking about, in the particular instance that I think is the motivator for this legislation, well over 100, maybe well over 100 individuals were impacted by it, clearly having their privacy violated. But my concern is it may well, we don't know what else might be happening out there. We like to think that, other departments, other law enforcement agencies have clear guidelines in place. And sometimes when I look at legislation like this, I think it's unnecessary, but I think this one is unnecessary. It is necessary, I'm sorry. I did vote against the bill in the committee because I wanted to make sure we address law enforcement's concerns. But I plan to vote on the bill unless I get some negative feedback on this amendment, because I want to commend the sponsors for really bending over backwards, I think, to work with the concerns of sheriffs and other law enforcement folks, because when you get into this kind of a bill, it sounds, I don't need to tell the sponsors, they've been working on this for a long time, but my sense is these things get pretty complicated, and you don't want to interfere with legitimate law enforcement functions. This amendment seems to really get at, cases where it might be legitimate to conduct the searches and kind of address some of the concerns that law enforcement would have. And so, again, I just want to thank the sponsors for bringing this. I think this is going to end up being the kind of legislation that the law enforcement community will embrace, actually, because you need to have clear guidelines, particularly the whistleblower portion of this. That's something I don't know if we've talked about a lot, but in the particular case that generated all of this, other folks clearly knew that this was going on, But, as was pointed out in the hearing, people have jobs, they have their livelihood, and they're not always sure that if they come forward, they're going to have the protections of the legal system. And clearly they should, because we need to make it clear that if you report these type of violations of people's civil liberties and privacy and their rights, even within the context of the jails and of the legal system, that you're going to have protections. And another thing we need to remember is an awful lot of people that come into these jails are not guilty necessarily of crimes. We have a presumption of innocence very clearly in this country, and people get arrested, they get detained, and it may well turn out they shouldn't even be there in the first place. And it's not justified even if you're guilty, but I do want to point out that there are plenty of people who end up in a system like this, and then if they have, you can think about their violation, the violation of rights that's occurring then, and the next day they get told, well, you're free to go, and then a few months later they find out something like this was going on. I can't even imagine the feeling that people would have knowing that this type of private information was being retained and abused, used in totally inappropriate ways by law enforcement. So, good bill, thank you.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Felt compelled to say a few words about 1123. It is the result of circumstances that unfolded in one of the law enforcement facilities in my Senate district. And I don't know, it's hard to imagine that if it occurred there, that it potentially is not occurring somewhere else in the system, given the magnitude of folks involved in this space and the different facilities all around the state. It's unfortunate to think that there is a component of the human consciousness or unconsciousness, I don't know, that thinks this is an appropriate behavior that leads us to this discussion where we're at today. And I have full support from law enforcement in my district. They want to fix this. They were part of what caused us to be here and want to be part of the solution to get it fixed. And then highlight, as the good senator from Highlands Ranch pointed out, the sponsors, both in the House and the Senate, have really worked hard to get to a good spot. I think about the bill was introduced, it was amended in House Judiciary, it was amended on the House floor, it was amended in Senate Judiciary, and now amended on the House or on the Senate floor again. So not from a lack of effort from the sponsors to try to get to a spot that recognizes we can't just put our head in the sand and go, this isn't happening or it's not going to happen again. And I think the amendment offered, at least part of it, identified a repeal in 2031. I'm not sure which part, but appreciate a recognition that, look, and we did this, I know we did this with a bill on competency with the good senator from Boulder as well, to go, what's the chance we got this 100% right? We'll see, but would like to think we did, so appreciate that language in the amendment. As the senator from Highlands Ranch pointed out, unless I get some feedback, I'm supportive of where we're at right now, unless I'm missing something or haven't seen something that I need to be my attention addressed towards too. So appreciate the hard work and think the bill is in a spot I can be supportive of, and thank you very much, Mr. Chair and sponsors.
The motion is the adoption of House Bill 1123. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1123 is adopted. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the title to House Bill 1226?
House Bill 1226 by Representatives Wilford and Froelich and Senators Weissman and Cutter concerning measures to reduce emissions from certain electric generating units in the state.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1226 and the Transportation and Energy Committee report.
To the Transportation and Energy report.
Oh, go ahead.
Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We did one amendment, pretty small, in TE committee. This was to clarify language where we're sort of speaking to the PUC. It was actually a request from the PUC just to clarify a legislative directive to them. We ask for your support on the committee report.
The motion is the adoption of the Transportation and Energy Committee report for House Bill 1226. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is about protecting Colorado's authority to make its own energy decisions. As y'all know, recent federal actions are attempted to override a state-approved plan and force costly, outdated energy resources into our system. These emergency orders, 202C orders, require coal and gas plants to stay online past their approved retirement dates. And that sets a concerning precedent for state regulation and ratepayer protection. That is a critical piece of this bill. These decisions bypass the careful planning already done by utilities in the PUC, and they shift costs directly onto ratepayers in Colorado without state oversight and put our statutory climate targets at risk. They undermine long-term planning, regulatory certainty, and the investments already made in clean energy. So this bill provides the state and public agencies with information on the cost impacts of federal orders to keep plants open. It gives the PUC tools to manage those impacts, and it ensures that the PUC approves new resources for our largest electric utility in order to achieve our 2030 climate targets, and ensures that if coal plants operate past 2034, they will use modern pollution controls.
Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Members, just to add a little bit to that, if we zoom out and consider what we're talking about here, electric resource planning decisions are not made quickly. They're not made lightly. The posture that we are in terms of the phased closure of certain generating units in our state and what it means for those communities and our attempts here in the legislature to direct transition resources to those communities has been many, many years in the making. And legislators from all over the state and both parties have participated in, or at least been invited to participate in those decisions. You have policy choices being made as to the emission of certain pollutants. You also have rapidly changing economics of just the cost. There's something called levelized cost, which is the all-in cost, capital, fuel, if any, to produce a megawatt hour or a megawatt of capacity, to bring a megawatt of capacity online. If you look at that from a source like Lazard, a business source, you'll see that the levelized cost of some renewable resources has gone off the cliff relative to 2010, even a couple years ago. So that's part of it too. At any rate, we in Colorado have tried for decades to be in charge of our own destiny, to bring clean power online, to manage transition, and that has been ongoing. And when things like Comanche 3 and those mechanical issues pop up, we try to deal with them in our own Colorado way. What really brings 1226 about is the current federal regime has dusted off a decades-old provision of law that I think really went on the federal books to anticipate times when maybe the country would be in more of a war footing, and it has been used concerning a unit in Colorado. There is now litigation concerning how that's going to go. We don't know how that's going to settle out yet. At any rate, what all of that demonstrated is that we need a statutory framework here by which we in Colorado, people who care about emissions, people who care about protecting ratepayers, a framework by which we here can even know what is going on. So part of the bill is simply trying to surface data, and then, as the senator from Jeffco said, in the event that we find units are running per federal order that has stood up to any legal challenge for years, we at least want to make sure that there are pollution controls, because there can be all manner of health impacts where those issues are not seen to. So, looks like there's going to be some discussion here, but we look forward to having a chat about 1226.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is one of those bills that I get frustrated with because for the last 3 years, I've been fighting against the first floor taking away local control when it comes to land use decisions, when it comes to windmills and solar. And now we're talking about a local control bill because some people in this chamber feel like that the federal government is overstepping their bounds. I have to tell you that I got to take a tour of the Craig plant with the good senator from Frisco and the good senator from Greenwood Village. And when I took this tour, people there were saying, we're going to be losing our jobs. We're going to be losing our communities. And when I was there, I was like, why are you losing? What's going on? And they explained to me how the state of Colorado had come up with these emission goals that were going to force these plants to close. So yeah, you're in here trying to protect ratepayers, but what about the ratepayers that are in those communities? What about their jobs? And not only that, but what about the emissions that are coming over from the border in Wyoming when you have all that? I mean, you only have a power plant, what, 150 miles away? It blows right into Colorado. I'm not saying that I'm concerned about it because I think I need electricity first. There's a lot of issues here. And again, here's another great example. So Tri-State, who has this, we have where are we going to get the energy for the data center that's going in Logan County that's going to be on the Tri-State lines, not Excel. Solar panels, and you're talking about 4,000 acres of solar panels that they're going to have to take farm ground out of production to do that. So, but it's getting to be very, very frustrating about this whole green energy movement and about all of our electrification that we're doing. Again, the first floor wants to take away land use decisions from local governments. And so, I mean, that's just as tyrannical as by this bill, by what the federal government's doing to the state. It's either local control or it's not. So this is a very frustrating aspect of it and getting really tired of both sides of that. I'm not going to vote yes on this bill. I didn't vote yes on this bill in committee, but that's the whole time I was sitting here listening to everybody that was that was testifying in front of this, because I kept saying, I was like, here's the local control bill. But it's only local control because they don't like what the federal government is doing. So I ask for a no vote.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So once again, we're seeing increased regulations. Sixth most regulated state in the nation. Trying to become number one. All right, so I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffel, will you please read L005?
Amendment
Senator Zamora
L5.
Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L005 to House Bill 1226.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. So this amendment would delay AQCC's deadline to adopt final emissions rule from July of 2029 to July of 2034, and delay mandatory compliance with the AQCC rule from December of 2034 to December 2040. And again, we're trying to fight regulation on businesses. This amendment protects Colorado's businesses and energy landscape by preventing the state from rushing into a costly and inflexible regulatory regime. The bill forces regulators to impose sweeping emissions limits on major power plants with a compressed timeline, despite the complexity of the grid and available technology. Remember, these rules will dictate decisions in capital investment and long-term operational decisions, as well as install expensive pollution controls and meet strict emissions limits for certain generating units across the state. By extending the timeline, this amendment ensures Colorado does not lock itself into premature mandates that could raise cost, increase risk, and undermine reliability. And the ability to extend compliance deadlines, it goes without saying, it ensures utilities can transition responsibly without sacrificing affordability or reliability. So I urge an aye vote on Amendment L005.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for engaging on this. We've already moved deadlines, and this is contrary to what the intent of the bill is, so we're asking for a no on this amendment.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The utilities are having a difficult time meeting these timelines. So again, this is necessary. It mitigates risk, decreases costs. I urge an aye vote on L005.
The motion is the adoption of L005. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No! The noes have it. L005 is lost. Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
Mr. Schaufeler, will you please read L006?
Amendment L6. Amend.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L006 to House Bill 1226.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment would remove the requirement for covered generating units to submit quarterly emission reports. Again, we're fighting business regulations, so this protects Colorado businesses by eliminating a burdensome reporting mandate. The bill forces operators to file emission reports every 90 days. This creates constant compliance pressure rather than focusing on actual emissions performance. Unfortunately, these burdensome infinite reports increase administrative costs and regulatory exposure. And removing this requirement ensures utilities focus on real-world outcomes, such as delivering affordable and reliable energy to everyday Coloradans, not paperwork. Let's not be the most regulated state in the nation. I urge an aye vote on Amendment L006. Thank you.
Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We're going to ask for a no vote on L6. We've often heard it said, what is measured is managed. That is certainly true here when we're talking about the impact of federal policy on decisions we have made organically here at home in Colorado. The order for a certain unit to keep running past its intended negotiated wind down time is estimated to cost ratepayers something like $80 or $85 million. So again, plans were made by everybody involved here in Colorado. I will acknowledge some tension in those negotiations, but nonetheless, here in Colorado, in the four corners of our state, plans were made to the extent that costs are being driven and expectations are upset or unsettled. It is because of federal policy that is coming from without and being done to us by means of the federal government. It is in reaction to that we bring forward what is now 1226, a small part of which is simply data and awareness so that everybody involved can understand the impacts of federal policy on us here in Colorado. It's important to keep this transparency in the bill. We're asking for a no vote on the amendment.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm here in regards to this bill. I'm not positive why we think we're needing to do this, but I do understand that the sponsors are
Are we
worried about
talking
it.
to L006, Senator Catlin?
Sir?
We're on amendment L006.
No, I had, sorry about that. You and I got crossed up. Thanks.
All good. Further discussion on L006. Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L006. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L006 is lost. To the bill, Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry for the confusion.
All good.
I've got an amendment here that I'd like to put on the desk.
That amendment is at the desk. Mr. Schaffer, will you please read L7?
Amendment L7, amend reading
Senator
gross bill.
Catlin.
I'd like to move Amendment 007 to House Bill 1226.
So moved.
This amendment would replace the bill's severability clause with a non-severability clause. It's fighting business regulation. This amendment protects Colorado businesses by preventing a broken piecemeal policy from remaining in effect. The bill's provisions are deeply interconnected. Emissions limits, compliance timelines, and operational mandates all function together. If a court strikes down one aspect of this legislation, leaving the rest intact could potentially cause a dysfunctional regulatory structure. This amendment ensures that the entire framework is reconsidered if its core components fail. I think this makes sense. I think it would be good for the communities that are involved with this. I think it'd be good for the communities that are paying the rates. I'd ask for a yes vote.
Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We ask for a no vote on L7. Members, we may already all know, severability is the default rule of construction for everything we do here. That is per 24204 Colorado Revised Statutes. Sometimes we will all put a severability clause in our bill anyway, belt and suspenders. This is a little bit unique, this non-severability clause. The reason that we do severability, frankly, is that's consistent with separation of powers. If somebody goes to court and challenges an enactment that we do here, which it's their right to do, a court will generally invalidate, only so much as it really has to. If there's an attack under preemption or whatever on one part of the bill, a court will not necessarily roam broadly in something that we have done here and wipe out the entire enactment. It's fact and law dependent, but I think of the reason for severability as respecting separation of powers. We don't arrogate judicial functions to ourselves. The judiciary should not arrogate lawmaking functions to itself. This is going the other way. This is inviting a court to throw the whole thing out. I will say two things about the business narrative. One, we think that the bill is squarely permissible, constitutional and otherwise, or we wouldn't be doing it. Two, we have worked with big utility companies every step of the way for months. They have been part of every discussion about this or that paragraph, this or that amendment. So, at any rate, this amendment is to depart from the norms of how we do things around here. We don't think it's necessary or appropriate. We ask for a no vote.
The motion is the adoption of L007 to House Bill 1226. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L007 is lost. Senator Peltonar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Here we go again, another one-size-fits-all that disregards state borders, national borders, air quality attainment. Part of the state that I represent and live in is an air quality attainment zone. One-size-fits-all policies just cost my citizens and myself more and more money while having very little effect out there other than draining our pocketbooks. So with that,
There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffel, will you please read the title or read the amendment L009?
Amendment L9.
Senator Peltonar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L009.
So moved.
So what this amendment would do, it would make pollution control requirements discretionary rather than mandatory for generating units. This amendment protects Colorado businesses by stopping the state from mandating one-size-fits-all pollution control technology. The bill requires specific pollution control systems to be installed and operated regardless of cost, efficiency, or remaining plant lifespan. These mandates could force utilities to invest heavily in facilities that are already scheduled to retire. By shifting from shall to may, this amendment restores flexibility and prevents wasteful, unnecessary spending. We've had many plants, one of them in the House district I used to represent that's in northern Peltonia. They'd gone through a lot of retrofit. They were very, very clean electricity generating plant, and through the push of this ridiculous ideology, they were forced to convert to gas. So with that, I urge support for 009.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These NOx and SO2 are the dangerous emissions from some of these coal plants, and it's very necessary that we maintain pollution controls to protect public health, and to meet our climate goals. So we ask for a no.
Motion is the adoption of L009 to House Bill 1226. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No! The noes have it. L9 is lost. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was looking at this bill, and I was looking at the bill summary, and of course, the reference I'm going to talk about is also going to be found on page 5. But when you get to Section 2, it says, Section 2 of the bill requires the Air Quality Control Commission no later than December 31st, 2029, to adopt a final rule establishing certain limits on emission of nitrogen oxides and sulfur dioxide from an electric generating unit that is owned or operated by an electric utility. And it goes on and says the rule must require compliance with the emission limits as soon as practical after December 31, 2030. And I say that because then I get to the end of the bill, and of course, it's got a safety clause. The safety clause, of course, I believe in the 8 years I've been here, has been used and abused many times. And because the reporting is not until after December 31, 2030, I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffel, will you please read L8?
Amendment L8.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L008 to House Bill 1226.
So moved.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really believe that this amendment should replace the safety clause. The amendment protects consumers by restoring their right to challenge sweeping energy mandates. The bill declares itself necessary for immediate preservation of public health and safety, blocking voters from weighing in. However, these policies impose long-term costs and structural changes to Colorado's energy system. So this amendment, L008, would ensure that Coloradans have a voice before these mandates take effect. Again, there seems to be plenty of time for this to take effect if a petition clause is put on instead of using the safety clause, and I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Weisman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Reason that we're asking for a safety clause, again, we were making plans. We had our processes here in Colorado, including to save people money, because you got to buy coal to burn it in a 50-year-old power plant. The levelized cost of onshore wind or solar is around 40 per megawatt or less. That's to the economics point. The thing about utility planning is the runways are pretty long. We have deadlines, and we have amended deadlines in conversations with the PUC and utility companies we've been speaking with. We need to start now so that people can plan for what is comprehended in this bill, because we don't know what usurpations are going to continue to happen from the federal government. I also do want to point out, just concerning this amendment and it's the scope of the whole bill, and thus, who is and isn't impacted on whatever timing, I really would encourage members to look at the definition of a covered electric generating unit, what is and isn't there, starting on page 4 into page 5. A lot of electric generating units are not covered. That's by design. We're not trying to paint across the entire economy here. If you're burning gas, like you've never been in the bill, and we've clarified language about conversion. Again, we're trying to essentially buttress plans that have been years in the making here in Colorado against attempts to upset those plans from federal decision makers that, again, in the case of Craig 1, could cost ratepayers up to $150 million, depending on exactly how the order comes down from the feds. So we need to get cracking, and we ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If it's a petition clause, it's only extended to August 12th, 2026, instead of immediately. That's not that much longer. And it just seems to me that we abuse this safety clause far too many times. And we ought to give the voters a chance to know what we've done here. And I continue to ask for an aye vote on L008.
The motion is the adoption of L008 to House Bill 1226. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it, and L008 is lost. Senator Peltonar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was just brought up just a moment ago from the senator from Aurora about the cost of producing electricity. We have been sold a bill of goods, people. It costs a lot more to produce solar and wind when you figure in the cost of these transmission lines that are going across the Eastern Plains. That was not figured in when they gave us these costs of producing electricity. When you do that, it's ridiculous how high the generation costs are. With that,
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Chopper, will you please read L10?
Amendment L10.
Senator Peltonar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L10.
So move to the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment would automatically repeal the AQCC rule if energy production for a generating unit drops by 10% within 1 year of implementation. That means a negative effect. It's going to cost people more money. This amendment protects energy affordability for consumers by creating a critical safeguard against energy shortages. The bill's emissions mandates risk reducing output from covered generating units due to operational constraints and costly retrofits. A meaningful drop in production would directly threaten grid reliability and drive up energy prices for everyday Coloradans. And the reliability of our grid is something that has not been touched on. Our grid is vulnerable with the over-reliance on renewables in this state, and we don't have the base load that we should have and that we will need to have in the future if all these data centers go in like has been talked about. And this amendment also ensures that if policy fails in practice, it is quickly reversed before causing long-term harm. people, I think we really need to look at some of the promises made by one side of the aisle that is driving up the costs in this state of our electric utilities. So with that, I urge a yes on 10.
Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We're going to ask for a no vote on L10. Again, if we're concerned about cost, the estimated cost of the federal government order concerning Craig 1 was anywhere up to $150 million burden on ratepayers. Part of the problem of this amendment is that it says that if there is effectively a mechanical breakdown like the sort we've had in Comanche 3, of course power production is going to drop when a unit is offline for repairs. That alone is going to take units out of the bill's framework if this amendment were to pass. I'm not sure that's the intent, but I think that's the effect. You know, on that point, I think when we talk about reliability, we do need to talk about the mechanical complexity of some fossil EGUs. Frankly, Comanche 3 has been a disaster. There's all manner of stuff happening in that part of the state concerning how to meet power production from that plant, which was, the attempt was to build it with newer technologies that would yield more out of the coal, combust at a higher temperature, et cetera, but I think we all know it has been offline for hundreds of days in the last couple of years alone. Craig 1 is different tech, but things happen for all power production systems, and what we don't want is for there to be an offline event for whatever the reason is, and then for the unit to be entirely carved out of the framework we're talking about here in the bill. So ask for a no vote on 10.
The motion is the adoption of L10 to House Bill 1226. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L10 is lost. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, we're once again having a lively discussion about the various forms of energy. Something that has not been brought up, and I haven't had a chance to speak to the sponsors about this, but it's come to my attention that buried in Section 40-2-124 renewable energy standards qualifying retail and wholesale utilities definitions and so forth, that there's a buried in this under paren A, and I'll just quote from it, and I'll give you a copy of this. It says definitions of eligible energy resources that can be used to meet the standards. Eligible energy resources mean recycled energy, renewable energy resources, and renewable energy storage. In addition, resources using coal mine methane and synthetic gas produced by pyrolysis of waste materials are eligible energy resources if the Commission determines that the electricity generated by those resources is greenhouse neutral. The Commission shall determine, following an evidentiary hearing, the extent to which such electric generation technologies utilized in an optional pricing program may be used to comply with this standard. A fuel cell using hydrogen derived from eligible energy resource is also an eligible electric generation technology. And here's the catch, or here's what I'm concerned about. In this, fossil and nuclear fuels and their derivatives are not eligible energy resource as used in this section. And the purpose of this amendment is to basically strike, you can have that, there we go, is to strike that one sentence, fossil and nuclear fuels and their derivatives are not eligible energy resources. With that, I have an amendment.
I have an idea what the amendment might be about. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L11?
Amendment L11, amend re-engross bill, page 11, left line 9.
Floor is yours, Senator Liston.
I'm sorry?
Floor is yours.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move L011 to House Bill 1226.
So move to the amendment.
Very good. Members, what I'm concerned about is that buried in this section, this is pretty esoteric, and I don't know if this is what the sponsors have in mind, but as I read it, fossil and nuclear fuels and their derivatives are not eligible energy resources. Well, as we all know, and many of us have voted time and time again, we all realize that nuclear energy is going to probably play a role in our energy futures. And I'm concerned that buried in this, and I'm quoting, fossil and nuclear fuels and their derivatives are not eligible energy resources. I don't think that's the intent of the sponsors, to somehow buried in that we will not have nuclear energy in Colorado's future. I would hope that's not the case, and so all we're doing is just striking that so that we give nuclear energy an opportunity to be here in Colorado and not inadvertently or on purpose kill it before it can ever get going. So with that, I would urge an aye vote on L011.
Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I think the proclivity toward nuclear power on the part of our colleague from El Paso County is not lost on any of us here. I personally have a different viewpoint, but in the context of this amendment and this bill, that doesn't really matter. I'm familiar with the RES statute. This dates back at least 20 years to a citizen ballot measure in 2004. We have to ask for a no vote, not least because it doesn't really fit under the title. I'm not asking for a title ruling, but I am just observing that for the record. The title is concerning measures to reduce emissions on net when we put fossil fuel into the RES and thereby create incentives. That's going to tend to increase emissions. Also, striking that line is sort of blowing up the entire point of the RES that has existed in Colorado for more than 20 years. Familiar with the provisions in there about pyrolysis and coal mine methane and trying to make beneficial use of things that are otherwise waste. But literally the entire point of the RES has been that fossil fuel is not included in the first instance. There can be other bills. I believe there's one alive in the House now that would try to effectuate a pro-nuclear policy on the part of Colorado. We'll vote on those on the merits if they come here. That bill is not this bill. That bill is certainly not this amendment to this bill, concerning which I ask for a no vote.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I would, friendlily ask the sponsor, either of the sponsors, is it your intent or desire, or is it, or maybe I'm just reading into something, is it your intent to intentionally do away with nuclear fuels so that there cannot be nuclear energy here in Colorado? Is that your intent or not? That'd be just a yes or a no.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to support the amendment here, Amendment 11, by the good senator from Colorado Springs. He's been doing a lot of good work here to promote nuclear energy and employment in that sphere in our state. I think it is increasingly recognized that we can develop nuclear power in a safe way and a clean way. I mean, it is clearly if the intent of this legislation is to promote clean energy and energy which does not have a lot of emissions, I would think you'd want to make it very clear that nuclear fuels could be included in that. And as to it not being within the scope of the legislation, this amendment just simply strikes a couple of words, literally, not even barely a whole sentence from the language here. So I think it's clearly within the scope. It's just clarifying that we don't want to exclude nuclear fuels, particularly from this bill. So I support it.
The motion is the adoption of L11 to House Bill 1226. A division has been requested. A division has been requested on L11 to House Bill 1226. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated and remain seated. All those in favor of L11, please stand and remain standing so you can be counted without moving about the chamber. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing and do not move about the chamber. The chair is now in doubt. L11 is lost. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the conversation today, and I do have some opportunity to engage with the sponsors that I didn't get to in advance. So again, the title of the bill is Measures to Reduce Emissions from Certain Electric Generating Units in the State. And the good senator from Aurora actually highlighted this point in Section 2. Covered electric generating unit or unit means an electric generating unit that's owned or operated by an electric utility that's located in the state and that in calendar year 2024 emitted 200 tons or more of nitrogen oxides, 200 tons or more of sulfur dioxide, or both. So I'm trying to appreciate how many units across the state we might actually be talking about if they happen to have, because there are only, I don't know, a dozen, I don't know the exact number of coal-fired units left in the state. the 3 at Craig Steam Electric Station, 3 at Pueblo, 1 at Hayden, Platte Valley. It's pretty limited on the total number that are currently operating, so I'm trying to figure out how many this is actually applicable to. And while the sponsors are looking for that, I'm interested, it actually very specific references only those that were operating and measured those emissions in 2024. What about a unit that that didn't do it in 24, thinking Unit 3 at Comanche, in 26, if it does produce more, then is there a gap there or missed? But I'm really interested in how many we're talking about.
Senator Weissman. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we believe there are 6 units that would fit that definition. You need to pick some yardstick, right? So we picked a year concerning which enough time has gone by, we can get solid data. This is one of these definitions that starts by saying what's in and then goes on to say what's not. So it's equally important to look at Roman 2. Where a unit has converted, we call it fuel switching. Sometimes they're out. Also what's out is any EGU, electric generating unit, that already has sufficient pollution control installed. Flue gas desulfurization, that's getting rid of your sulfur emissions. Selective catalytic reduction, that's getting rid of your NOx. So if you've already done that, then you are also out of the bill. But we're really talking about essentially coal-burning units that haven't already installed modern controls that frankly are on some timeline to shut down pursuant to planning that we've already done around here in Colorado, could potentially be targeted by a federal order. Senator, or Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the senator from Aurora. The last question I had is about establishing the final rules, means the rules adopted by the commission, limiting sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides. Like I thought, do we not already have rules in that space? I'm not sure. Are these a specific set of rules for these very specific units we're talking about?
Senator Weissman. The risk of not perfectly understanding the scope of the question, we definitely have a robust body of air quality law going on. I don't think we're in the vein of hazardous emissions here. We care about these things because NOx in particular are ozone precursors. Now we're getting into criteria, pollutants, and NACs and all of that fun. But the point is here, we're talking about a pretty small universe of EGUs that, again, we have made plans for in Colorado. We have tried to set up phased decommissioning, and everybody kind of knew what that was until December of last year. And now we're in this world where, at least as to one unit, we don't know what's going on. It's been ordered to operate. Things could continue to come down. Federal Power Act 202C orders can roll downhill kind of whenever. They can go for 90 days. They can be renewed. So we're trying to have a framework in place for transparency, for reporting, for pollution controls in the event things continue to go as they have been going. So we did want there to be some rules that are specific to this context, and we've actually moved some of the rulemaking language and some of the deadlines around in consultation with the executive branch agencies that would be responsible for those so that the deadlines work for them as the implementer.
Thank you.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the discussion this morning, or this afternoon now, on this bill. I rise to just talk briefly about what this policy means in practicality. What we're talking about here is Craig Station Unit 1. I represent Craig Station Unit 1. I represent the district that has 2 of these coal-fired power plants that would be impacted by this bill. And so for my constituents, this is not an abstract policy debate or one that is as black and white as coal good or coal bad. And I understand, I definitely understand, because I talk to these folks all the time, hear from their local elected officials, talk to them at their doors in Craig, in Hayden, about what it means when we have retirement dates for these coal plants, what it means not only for the people that work there, but what it means for the communities that are supported by the tax revenue that those jobs and properties create for them. So what happened on December 31st last year when the federal government issued an order saying Craig Station Unit 1 needs to open again, further perpetuated the use of these human lives and workers as political footballs. Craig Station Unit 1 wasn't open on December 31st, 2025, was not operating for other reasons, not even related to AQCC rulemaking or emission requirements here in our state laws. It was closed for different reasons. But now it's open. It's operating. People in Craig and in Northwest Colorado have jobs that they didn't have. And so when bills like this come forward, and no disrespect to the sponsors, I know this is a House bill, and so the conversation probably largely occurred over there. But as far as I'm aware, nobody involved in this policy, House Bill 1226, spoke to the workers in Craig. Talked to the county commissioners, talked to the city councilors, talked to the Chamber of Commerce there, didn't even talk to the union organization that represents a lot of these workers. So as the senator who represents those folks, that gives me great pause and concern about the way that this policymaking has gone. Because first, the Trump administration used these workers as a political football, and now the state of Colorado is doing that same thing from the other side. It's not the way that we should be doing this policy. Whether you agree or not that carbon emissions from coal-fired power plants are causing harm to the state, there are people behind this. There are human lives. These are not numbers on paper. This is not the feeling of doing something about climate change alone. You're impacting people's lives. Better stakeholding should have occurred with this bill. Should have had communications with, not obviously the legislators, sure, maybe check in with the legislators that represent this area, but talk to the people who live there and work in these power plants, the communities that depend on the property tax revenue from these coal-fired power plants. It's just hard. When I go to Craig, when I go to Hayden, there are people there that understand the market of coal and where it's going in our state. And sure, maybe some of the state's decisions have expedited those conversations and those timelines, but these are men and women. These are their kids. These are the businesses that operate only because those coal-fired power plants are there. We're having a difficult conversation in Northwest Colorado, and jamming through policy like this without engaging those folks is not the most productive way to move forward. I don't disagree that maybe we do have to move forward, and of course, we need to generate different types of energy and we need to take care of our environment. But we need to remember that these are not just AQCC rulemakings. These are not just numbers on paper. These are human lives. These are communities that are special places. Let's not just treat them as political footballs from the federal government or the state government. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1226. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1210?
House Bill 1210 by Representatives Bacon and Mabry and Senators Weissman and Judah concerning limiting the use of intimate personal data to make inferences that impact a person's financial position.
Senatorial 5. Mr. Majority Leader.
Hold on,
Oh,
where's Matt? Matt, his bill's up next. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1210 to the end of the calendar.
motion is to lay over House Bill 1210 to the end of the calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill will lay over. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1076?
House Bill 1076 by Representatives Pascal and Lindsay and Senator Ball concerning modifications to select statutory provisions relating to transportation.
Senator Henriksen.
Senatorial 5.
Oh. Can be done. Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1076 and the Transportation Committee report.
To the Transportation Committee report. Is there any discussion?
Thank you, Mr.
Senator
Chair. In Transportation Committee, let me back up a little bit. House Bill 1076 is it's a cleanup bill. It contains a number of pieces of statute identified by CDOT as needing to be corrected or changed in some way, really just to make the work that they do every day a little bit easier. And so we added some additional pieces through an amendment in the Transportation Energy Committee. These are very small things in keeping with the rest of the bill, such as enabling the state to pay a deductible for rail insurance, cleaning up some timelines around the Clean Transit Enterprise, and things of that nature.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That report is adopted. To the bill, any discussion? There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L4?
Amendment L4.
Senator Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, L4,
Would you move L4, please?
in keeping with the bill as I described, Amendment L4 is a technical amendment that simply allows the ECMC to change the natural gas index that is used each quarter when they set the spot price. There are several indices that the ECMC would like to be able to use because there are differences regionally in the cost of natural gas, and this would give them that flexibility.
That is wonderful, Senator Ball. Would you please move the amendment?
I would like to move Amendment L004 to House Bill 1076.
You would like to, or you do?
Seeing
no further discussion.
L004 to House Bill 1076.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L004. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. L4 is adopted. To the bill, any discussion? Senator Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill has 22 sections of important cleanup for the Department of Transportation. I just wanted to put on record one of them that is important to me. Broomfield County became a city and county in 2001, and we've been divided in 3 or 4 commission seats since then, and this finally puts us in one. So there's important stuff that will benefit many communities across the state that have been overlooked for a number of years in CDOT statute, and it's exciting to see it all come to fruition. So I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1076. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. 1076 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1207?
House Bill 1207 by Representatives Jackson and Bacon and Senators Kipp and Danielson concerning employer accountability through disclosure of demographic workforce data.
Senator Kipp.
I move HB 1207 and the Business and Labor Report and the Appropriations Report.
To the BLT report, any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the BLT report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. BLT is adopted. To the Appropriations report, any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L10?
Amendment L10.
Senator Kipp.
I move L010 to 1207.
To the amendment.
This is a simple spelling error. We just need to change the word beast to based.
This is a beastly amendment. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L010. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. To the bill, any further discussion?
Yeah, basically this bill is just based on the idea that we want to make sure that Colorado is getting appropriate demographic information, whether or not we are getting it from the federal government. So I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1207. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 115?
Senate Bill 115 by Senator Gonzalez and Weissman concerning post-conviction relief for certain offenders sentenced to imprisonment.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move Senate Bill 115 along with the Judiciary Report and the Appropriations Committee reports.
To the Judiciary Report. Any discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following incredible and iterative negotiations alongside impacted agencies and departments, we adopted a number of amendments in the Judiciary Committee. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That report is adopted. To the Appropriations report. Senator Weissman.
Members, in Appropriations, we actually did a pretty major change to the policy. The introduced version that carried through the Judiciary Committee proposes a second look for two fundamental categories of folks. One, people who originally committed an offense when they were younger, certain exclusions. Second, folks who were 60 plus, again, certain criteria and exclusions. In Appropriations, we entirely cut out the originally when young offender category. We had a discussion here about the JCAP program. They're not perfectly coextensive, but at any rate, as amended by the Appropriations report, for which we ask your support, younger offenders would no longer be eligible at all. The fiscal impact of that is the bill is actually net negative, but that was a big substantive policy change in Appropriations Committee. We ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion of the Appropriations Committee report, the question before us is the adoption of that report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that report is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L9?
Amendment L9. Amend printed bill,
Senator
page 3.
Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move L9 to Senate Bill 115.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L9 amends this bill by putting a sunset on the bill for 3 years after the effective date that the policy takes effect. We really seek this as being an opportunity to test whether this works, to see how other policies also impact and effectuate the prison population. And I think particularly in light of our premise and our belief that this will impact a very narrow and limited set of individuals year after year, I do think that in light of that, L9 is appropriate and makes sense. Because we see this as being an important theory to test, that if we actually ensure that people who have demonstrated that they have done the work to rehabilitate, can they actually seek that relief using Senate Bill 115? I believe the answer for a limited number of people will be yes.
Any further discussion of L9? Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Members, just to underscore this, this is the second major change we're doing
to this policy, as amended by 9, hopefully in a moment here. There's basically a one-time 3-year window in which fewer than 100 possibly eligible folks could file a petition, and then we're cutting off the ongoing impact. So we'll get some data. We'll be able to pull from judicial how many petitions were filed, what can we learn about all that. Past that, the only thing left is what we call prosecutor-initiated resentencing. That's sub 2 of the bill, starting on page 4. That vests 100% of the discretion in the elected DA. Different offices have, or maybe don't have, what is sometimes called a conviction integrity unit or a conviction review unit. This would be a vehicle for them to effectuate those reviews if they chose, and not if they didn't. So we ask for your yes vote on L9.
Any ongoing discussion of L009? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L9. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. L9 is adopted. To the bill, any discussion? Seeing, is there any further discussion? Seeing, okay. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to start with some discussion on the bill. Thank you to my colleagues from Aurora and Denver for bringing this piece of legislation. You know, at first blush, this appears to be all about fairness and reasonableness, second chances. But I think if you take a second look at the bill, the title of this to some degree is a second look on folks' sentencing, I think we need to take a second look at the bill. And, you know, what Senate Bill 115 does seeks to allow resentencing, also known as a second look, of inmates who've served 20 calendar years in the Colorado Department of Corrections for two categories of folks: those who've committed the crime when they were under 21 years old, but were tried or sentenced as adults, and individuals who are 60 years old and older. For context, I think the first thing to talk about for context is to receive a sentence that carries 20 calendar years likely means that the inmate was convicted by either a jury trial or pled guilty to a crime like murder, first-degree assault, sexual assault, human trafficking, or a crime of violence, or the individual is a habitual felony offender with at least 3 previous separate felony convictions. These are the most dangerous and devastating crimes in our state. To be clear, to serve 20 calendar years in Colorado's Department of Corrections means the offender's crime was extremely serious. When accounting for DOC's good time and earned time policies, the offender's original sentence is probably going to have been a lot more than 20 years. You could be talking about some folks that received 30, 40, 50-year sentences. So obviously the longer that sentence is, presumably the more serious and dangerous the crime. Just paraphrasing from a recent...
Senator Carson, I do just want to draw your attention to the bill in its current form. I believe that what you're speaking to is no longer in the bill. So to the bill, if you want a senatorial 5 to look at that real quick, happy to do that.
Which? Senatorial 5.
Great. Senator Carson.
Okay, just to correct my comments, some of the categories have been specifically exempted from the bill. However, we are still dealing with crimes which carry very long sentences, which I think we can all agree are very serious crimes. The sponsors and proponents of the bill speak of the hope that the inmate can have in being released from the Department of Corrections, and that hope translates into engagement in programming, education, and restorative practices with the victim or victim's family. It's odd, however, that we already have quite a few existing programs for shortening sentences for early release, including clemency, pardons, juveniles and young adults convicted as adult programs, earned in good time, special needs paroles that allow for cases to be reviewed and consideration to be given to reducing sentences. And I would argue that this particular legislation duplicates a lot of these already existing policies. We did hear from a lot of folks in the judiciary hearing who had been released, and I think a number of their testimonies were very sincere and admirable. They do appear to have turned their lives around, but the interesting thing is that they were, of course, released under the current programs. So whatever, processes that allowed them to be released early, not to fulfill the entire terms, they're already in place. So the question is, why would we need this additional legislation? And I'll say that victims deserve hope too. They should hope that they'll be respected and honored by our criminal justice system. They should hope to recover, heal, and feel safe after victimization. They should hope that they can trust that a sentence imposed on their offender will actually be the sentence served, a sentence for a crime in which a jury convicted the offender of and a judge considered all the relevant factors handed down. Too often we see offenders serving the shorter sentences, far shorter sentences than were initially imposed. And Senate Bill 115, while it may certainly give hope to the offenders, it may well dash hope to victim survivors and their families. So let me talk a little bit about 60 plus and over, and the whole issue of recidivism. So there may be sort of a presumption that, clearly there is a correlation that the older in age you get, the less likely you are to engage in recidivism. But there still are clear cases. The recidivism rate of older offenders is 21.3% nationally. Older offenders take a longer time to recidivate, but there are cases, 1 in 5 here, where they are rearrested due to committing additional crimes. Overall, the recidivism rate in Colorado is 31%. And while we've made progress to reduce recidivism, 31% is high. Basically, you're saying in the case of folks who are released, 1 in 3 are going on to commit additional crimes. Victims are already put under the pressure when they go through the initial sentencing process. When a sentence is handed down and they assume that that period of time is going to be carried forward, and then suddenly they find out years later that the rules of the game have changed. And I think to some extent what this legislation does is make a judge's sentence nearly meaningless for victims. And this bill will further exacerbate that process of going back, having to go back to the victims and say, well, now this person was sentenced to a very long period of time, and now that they've served 20 years, we get a do-over, we get a second look. So I think we have to think about the impact of all of that on the victims and their families. I'm going to, I think when we talk about the age 60 being the cutoff point, I have an amendment here that I'd like to begin with to raise that to 65.
There is an amendment in the desk. Will the clerk please read L4?
Amendment L4.
Senator
Amendment to the
Carson.
bill.
Mr. Chairman, I move Amendment L004.
To the amendment.
Thank you. So as I was mentioning, if you look at the data out there, for example, the United States Sentencing Commission, they've been doing regular studies on the effects of aging on recidivism among federal offenders. And a lot of it applies as well to in the states. And you know, what they're finding is simply, you know, the simple fact that someone may have reached the age of 60 or 65, you're still going to have recidivism. So you're still going to have that potential recommission of crimes and the potential danger to the public. The recidivism rate for older offenders, as I mentioned, is 21%, while that's half of the 53.4% for those under the age of 50. There's still clearly a rate there, and other parts of this bill which cover those younger folks, you've got to look at the overall recidivism rate in Colorado of 31%. And right now, Colorado has the third highest aggregate crime rate in 2024. This includes property and violent crime. Colorado ranks 8th in violent crime in 2024, and Colorado ranked 3rd in property crime in 2024. We are making progress in a number of categories. Crime rates have been coming down in some categories, but I don't think we want to, reverse course here and start taking additional risks for the public and for public safety. And I think if you look at the recidivism rate, you've got to get concerned about why we want to have a second look. If you look at, just to cite a few cases, there are cases, again, this comes from victims' rights advocacy organizations. There are cases of serious domestic violence, attempted murder offenders who get released and then go back to go after their original victims. A clinician associated with a violent offender, domestic violence case, treated a woman whose father, at least 60, was released from prison on a serious domestic violence charge, who went on to kill her mother in front of her and her other children. Clearly there are recommissions of crimes after the age of 60 or even 65. While there may be a reduction, I think that we should raise the age here to add some additional safety to this legislation. So that's what this amendment does, raises the age to 65 for the second look here, for that half of the legislation that deals with older offenders.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask for a no vote for a few reasons, one of which is that the bill, as amended in appropriates and further just now by means of L9 on the floor, is already profoundly limited. We have defined a narrow universe of criteria in the bill, which when you overlay to the facts, which the fiscal note has done, you're talking about fewer than 100 folks are even eligible. And that doesn't mean that they're going to get a resentencing hearing or a new sentence imposed. It just means they might take that first step. And then, because that wasn't narrow enough, we set a 3-year sunset on it. And anybody who might even be eligible and for whatever reason doesn't get the petition in is going to lose that opportunity. And then folks who might in the future age into eligibility will not by means of the amendment that we did. Now, I think as to the question of safety and who maybe should earn their way out and who shouldn't, that's what the hearing mechanism is for. With counsel, with victim input, of course. You may well have it that somebody is in, if we're concerned about what kind of physical shape somebody is in, they might be doing better at 65 than another person might be doing at 60. It really depends on the person. That's why we have to, frankly, have the humility in this place to understand that we will never know all the facts in a hearing on the ground what happened. All we can try to do is have sideboards and reasonable processes, which we think this is one of those, by which courts, individual judges can really suss things out and decide whether a new disposition is warranted. Now, I think we also sort of mixed up apples and tuna fish and kumquats in the last discussion talking about recidivism. Most folks in DOC are there for a lower level felony, a 5 or a 6, maybe a 4. Unless you have, and this is hard to imagine for the lower level offenses, but the governing base range on an F4 even is 2 to 6. And again, we're saying here you have to have done at least 20. The governing range on a class 3, unless it aggravates or runs concurrently, is 4 to 12. So you're not even in the bill if you're inside on an F3. What DOC's own data shows, you have recidivism rates that are higher than we want to see for people coming out on a lower level felony. They're not even who we're talking about in the bill, and they never have been. You can also look at recidivism by age. It bears out what I think we all understand, even if we go in different places from the understanding. People do age out of committing offenses. DOC's data shows that 18 to 29, your 3-year recidivism cohort, we typically track over 3 years, is about 35%. It's 38.5 between 30 and 39. Again, those aren't the people we're talking about anymore in the bill. 60 to 69, 1.3%. 70 plus, 0.2%. And that's not zero, and we care about public safety, which is why we have a hearing, which is why we have excluded intentionally from the moment the bill was introduced certain offenses where we have just said as a policy matter, folks are not going to be eligible even for the hearing. That's everyone on an LWOP sentence. That's everyone on a broad universe of sex offenses. That's everyone with certain sensitive victims. And then we're left with maybe a few score folks will get a hearing, and a judge, based on the facts, based on the argumentation and the legal representation, will be the ultimate decider. So that's how narrow this already is and why we don't think we need to further narrow it in terms of the eligibility of those who can petition. Ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this amendment, I think, is an important step to improve the bill. This is a bill, I want to remind folks, this is a bill that is opposed unanimously by all of the district attorneys in Colorado, all 23 of them. So I'm going to suggest that they have a bit of concern about this whole issue of second look, going back years later, and re-traumatizing the victims, trying to reassess all of the evidence and the reasons why these long sentences were delivered. And 20 years is a long time to go back. It's a long time for offenders, so I think that's, one of the reasons the proponents of the bill believe, after 20 years, people should have a right to a second look, but it's also a long time for reviewing all the details and all the issues that came up in the case. A significant trial, either the person pled guilty or a significant trial was conducted and a jury convicted the person. A lot of evidence was put out there. The victims had to go through that process. The judge had to make rulings and hand down a sentence. And now 20 years later, we're going to reopen that whole thing. 20 years is a long time. 20 years ago, George W. Bush was president. 20 years ago, Bill Owens was the governor of this state. So you're going back a long time when you're talking about 20 years, reopening cases, taking another look at all of the issues that were brought forward. Quite a few of the facts in the case you're not really going to be able to review, professionally. Victims may be gone, witnesses may be gone, and this is all, built on a one-sided argument that what we have to look at is, the rehabilitation process that may or may not have worked for the offenders. And certainly, we have to remember, I've heard a number of times in the Judiciary Committee that the purpose of imprisonment is rehabilitation. Well, that may be one of the purposes, but the other purposes are public safety and punishment. And I think we have to recognize the public safety element particularly. There is recidivism. It occurs, and I think when you contrast where the legislature keeps going with these bills and saying we want more early release and more leniency, it's completely contrary to where the public is going. With Proposition 128, they want 85%. They want to make sure that serious criminals, violent criminals, are serving 85% of their sentences. And so here again, we have another bill which is cutting back on the sentences, I think contrary to what the public would like to see. So I think this amendment adds some additional protections to the bill in terms of public safety, raises that age to 65, which is not that old an age today. Folks clearly are living into their well beyond that. So I think 65, that's considered the generally retirement age. I think that's a good measure, a good age to make these folks eligible for this second look provision. So I would urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion of L004, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. To the bill, any further discussion? Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my colleague from Highlands Ranch made some excellent points. And again, getting back to what do Coloradans want? In 2024, Proposition 28, we voted on it. 62% of Coloradans said they want individuals convicted of specific violent crimes to serve at least 85% of their sentence. Period. They made it clear. 62%. And as my colleague also mentioned, there are other mechanisms as far as for those sentences to be reduced. We do not need this bill. And so to honor the Coloradans' vote, I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L? Five.
Amendment L5, amendment per the bill, page 4.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L005
To the
to Senate
amendment.
Bill 115.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment requires that the prosecution agree that granting post-conviction relief aligns with public safety interests. If the offense involved a victim younger than 18 years old, this bill currently sets the age requirement at 12. So this amendment acknowledges the impact that crime can have on minors. Being a victim of a crime during your childhood can have long-lasting traumatic impacts. So this amendment reflects the lasting impact crimes can have on youth and ensures their interests remain central when courts consider revisiting convictions. And by applying the provisions to victims under 18, the amendment reflects how Colorado law generally defines a child or a minor, and this amendment would help keep the bill consistent with existing statute and avoid creating conflicting age standards across the law. So I urge an aye vote on L005.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We will ask for a no vote on this amendment, and that's actually because the 12-year-old age cutoff is precisely so this part of the bill will be consistent with existing law. There's a valid conversation to be had, I think it's much bigger than this bill or any one bill, about how the criminal law treats different kinds of victims based on age, based on status. The language in the bill, bottom of page 4, sub C and D, is tracking existing law, which we just sort of decided that we would do out of recognition that those are provisions in our homicide sentencing statutes that have been there for a while and, you know, register pretty deeply with people. So that 12-year demarcation comes from that point, 18.3.102, I think, if anyone wants to go look it up. So we're trying to match that. We ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion? Senator Zamora-Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. Then I will restate, going back to the voters, what they want. They want individuals convicted of specific violent crimes to serve at least 85% of their sentence. So I urge an aye vote on L005.
Is there Senator Carson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to support the amendment by my colleague from the Air Force Academy. I think clearly if the intent in the bill is to elevate the seriousness of things, greater level of review, if someone who was a victim was at the age of 12 or under, I don't see the distinction there between someone who's, you know, a child who's 13 or 14 or 15 or 16 or 17. You know, I think, you know, we should, you know, make sure that we're measuring the impact, the serious impact that the perpetrator has had on minors. And so I think I think this is a good amendment. Again, adds another level of review, a level of precaution here before we're releasing folks. Again, the district attorneys are opposed to the legislation. I think we want to have them weighing in on these and approving these when we're talking about minors being the victims at all levels.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. That amendment is lost. Any further discussion? Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I wanted to kind of weigh in a little bit on this second chance bill, second look. Actually, I am a victim of a violent crime. Sadly, my wife is here joining us on her way in to watch the Mets play this afternoon that I'm not going to get to join her with, but sadly, she's here and asked to hear on this stuff. Just to give you all a reminder, our killer, the man who killed my son and 11 others, was given 12 consecutive life sentences, an additional 4,000 years. We had to kind of follow around where they were moving him from one place to another in the first couple of years after the trial was over. But this type of legislation is not going to impact the people involved, my family, the other 11 families, the thousands of people who were impacted that night, because we are reminded of this on a regular basis. That's certainly the basis of my appearance here, is to make sure that everybody in this building never forgets what happened that day. But that's not the case for all of these other trials that are out there, and I do have a bit of understanding of people who have served a length of time, 20 years, 25 years, whatever that would be, and the ability for them to rehabilitate, or the ability for them to commit another crime should they get out. And we have talked about this ad nauseum in the 8 years, certainly, that I've been down here, about we don't have enough space, we don't want to build more prisons, we don't want to incarcerate our way out of all of these problems, and we have to come up with other ways. And this is in one way, but again, I heard conversation quite a bit about victims, and the victims need to be a big part of this. They need to have an understanding about what's happening. And one of the big victim advocate groups, one of the first ones that I got involved with after Alex was murdered, have expressly said that they are against what's happening here. That carries a lot of weight with me. The district attorneys, who we worked with extensively with the entire department of theirs, they are against this. So that certainly weighs heavy on me, because I can't imagine having to go back into a trial and see that killer setting across from us and seeing where it is. I mean, I had the misfortune of 2 years after our trial was all over, I got a jury summons and was called into the exact same building and just a courtroom away from the courtroom that we had been in for 4.5 months, and I had to sit on in the jury box on a murder conviction. And it was unfathomable to me that I had a district attorney that would allow that to happen. Of course, I would have more knowledge about that type of a crime, and it was a gun crime, that they put me right in the box. And it took quite a bit of convincing to tell them, you know, this isn't the guy you want on that jury box. You don't want me sitting in there. So really, you should give me a break, and they eventually did. But these families having to, after 20 years, bring up the memories and the hearing the explanations of that night, that week, what led up to what happened afterwards, just so that we can make some more room in these prisons, or that person isn't going to be a danger to anybody else again, is something I just can't get wrap my head around that. And it sounds like that the victims groups are having a difficult time with this, and district attorneys again appear to be having a problem with this. So I don't know if we're all done with the amendments and everything or not, but I'm just going to let you know I don't see how I can vote for this. So I would just ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when I hear testimony, I'm trying to capture everybody's comments. And so I'm looking at my paperwork from from the testimony, and I'm just going to read off some of the quotes that the citizens have made. What about the unintended consequences? If criminals know they can commit a violent crime with a second chance, how does that change the incentives about the violent behavior? We've already mentioned about the different mechanisms where offenders can get decreased sentences. That was mentioned several times. It was mentioned that murder, well, that's a second-degree felony. That's included in here. When it comes to victims, some victims want finality. Not all victims are forgiving. And this also ties back to what I had mentioned with the vote of Coloradans. They want the criminals to serve at least 85% of their sentence. What if the victims disagree with what the judge rules? Can they overrule? And that was no. So it leaves the victims, again, no way to seek redress. And we're talking years later. And in regards to when the offender is released, how the victims are re-traumatized. Even though it's been maybe 20 years later. One comment was made, the victim never gets to choose the justice. Here's another comment. Regarding the stats about second chances, have we ever seen the long-term impacts on crime? No, we haven't. There exists risk evaluations, and this bill doesn't require them. And again, another comment about how you're opening up the case. A judge could be a totally, completely different judge evaluating the situation. Will that judge have all the information? As it was mentioned, memories fade and the facts fade away. So will there be justice? It was mentioned that there's already programs for education and as far as contributing to the community. And again, what is justice? And it's different for everyone. And if the victims disagree with the judge, I said it once before, but it was mentioned again. If the victims disagree with the judge, or if they're overruled and release happens, can the judge still release based on the fact that the survivors oppose? So just sharing some of the comments. There's more in here. But again, I will restate, Coloradans have voted 62%. Want those criminals to serve at least 80% of their time. And we should not be solving the DOC's budget crisis by sacrificing the victims of their crimes, potential new victims, and our community safety. I urge a no vote.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, all of our district attorneys oppose this legislation, and I think one of the reasons is the review standard. When this comes back up, everything is reassessed by a preponderance of the evidence. And, there's different levels of reviews on these type of things, and if you're again, as we've said, you're going way back, you're going back 20 years, reviewing these cases, reviewing what the judge ruled, reviewing what the victim said, reviewing what happened in the trial. And with a preponderance of the evidence, I think we need to take a look at a higher standard at least. If we're going to reopen these cases, we should have a higher standard for the public. So I have an amendment here.
There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read L7?
Amendment L7, amend printed bill, page 6, line 1, strike a preponderance of the evidence.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move amendment L007.
So moved. To the amendment.
This amendment is an important one, I think. If we're going to reopen these cases, this amendment replaces the evidentiary standard of preponderance of the evidence with the higher standard of clear and convincing evidence during the hearing on the petition for post-conviction release. Moving from a preponderance of the evidence to clear and convincing evidence ensures that courts apply a more rigorous, reliable standard before granting relief. Clear and convincing evidence represents a medium to high burden of proof, indicating that a claim is highly and substantially more likely to be true than false. This standard is more demanding than preponderance of the evidence, but less rigorous than beyond a reasonable doubt. This amendment would establish a higher burden of proof, which requires well-supported decisions. This could increase trust among victims in the community. And the amendment does not disallow post-conviction release, but it does provide a safeguard against unwarranted reversals. Let's make sure we get it right. Again, this is going to be another area where I think the prosecutors in this state are going to at least have some relief from some of the details of this bill. And I appreciate the actions of the sponsors in amending the bill previously. As they correctly pointed out to me, they did remove some of the very, very serious crimes from it, which is good. So I think all these changes are good. And I think it's a recognition that we're treading on some risky ground here. And I just want to reiterate why I think the higher standard is important, because you're looking at this issue of recidivism. For certain major offense types, the type of federal offense that offenders had committed also had an effect on recidivism across age groups. And that's one thing I want to mention here is we've talked a lot about seniors, those 60 and older or 65 and older, but this applies to folks who've committed crimes when they were under 21. So when we're talking about recidivism, we could be talking about someone who's in their 40s or 30, even if a crime might have been committed.
Senator 05. We are back. Senator
Okay.
Carson.
We're back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So back to the amendment here on raising the review standard to clear and convincing evidence. And again, the recidivism rate, even if you're talking, whatever age you're talking about here, it does depend a lot on the category of the offense. Firearms offenders had a substantially higher rearrest rate across all age categories than drug trafficking offenders, who in turn had a higher rearrest rate across all age categories than fraud offenders. So it does appear that the more violent the offense, the greater the potential for a reoffender to go out there to engage in recidivism. So I think we want to have a more cautious approach to this. We want to have a higher review standard, and that's simply what this amendment does. We go to the clear and convincing evidence review standard. So I would ask for a favorable vote for the amendment.
Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Members, as a reminder, here's all who's left in the bill. Folks who are 60 plus have served at least 20 years. LWOP is excluded. A broad category of sex offenders is excluded entirely. What does LWOP mean? LWOP is life without the possibility of parole. In other words, you were sentenced on felony 1. Also, younger victim offenses are excluded, and emergency responder offenses are excluded. So the bill requires a minimum of 20 years time served. Given the tendency of folks to commit offenses when they are younger, the bill requires you have served 20. In practical fact, it could be 30, 35, 40 by the time you hit the 60-year criterion that is set forth in the bill. And again, per L9 that we adopted here on the floor a few moments ago, now there's only a time-limited window to even apply. The preponderance standard in the bill means that a judge has to find it more likely than not that the conditions talked about are met. And of course, the burden is on the petitioner, as it should be. So we think all of that is a narrow enough set of conditions. We ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of L007. My colleague from Highlands Ranch, I think he brought up some great points. I mean, clear and convincing. As I mentioned, we're talking about cases being revisited after some time, where the facts may fade away. And this helps in maintaining the integrity of the case. And so I ask for an aye vote on L007.
The motion is the adoption of L007 to Senate Bill 115. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L7 is lost. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to recap where we've been on this, and I do appreciate the changes that have been made to the bill by the sponsors and others, and but I do think it reflects sort of a shared concern, maybe, that we better be pretty careful with passing legislation like this, because it might come back to haunt us. And obviously, the more serious the offense, the more likely we're going to re-traumatize victims, and the greater potential for recidivism. And so I just wanted to sort of conclude my remarks on this bill with a few comments to remind folks. The district attorneys of this state unanimously opposed the legislation. That's significant. We have district attorneys from all across the political spectrum, Democrats and Republicans, and they, to put it mildly, are not fond of going back and reopening things in these cases. One of the things that struck me in the testimony on this legislation was hearing from prosecutors who spend a lot of time with victims. And, they explain to them, one of the big issues is finality and the sense that these are very serious crimes, and you're explaining to the victims this is going to be the sentence. It's going to be final. It's what has been handed down here. That gives them a reassurance of safety. It gives the public a reassurance of safety. And now you're going to reopen all of that and put people through that trauma again. And you listen to those prosecutors saying, I can no longer give that level of assurance to the victims with a bill like this. And this is just, another bill in a long series of bills where we seem to have this attitude of more and more second chances, more and more second reviews. And we have in place many mechanisms already for people who have good behavior in prison. Their cases can be reviewed. As I mentioned, we had a number of witnesses, previous offenders who came in and talked about how they turned their lives around, and that's certainly admirable. But they did that under the current system. They did it with all the rules we have in place for second reviews on cases, for clemency. Even district attorneys can come into, in cases and, where situations are warranted. We have earned and good time. We have many mechanisms where folks can have their sentences reduced and get into an earlier parole situation. So I think we should listen to the district attorneys of this state. We should remember that this legislation is fundamentally unnecessary where cases of early release are warranted. The procedures exist already. And we need to keep in mind the public safety element that the citizens of this state have a right to know that sentences are carried forth. They voted very clearly with Proposition 128 that they want a minimum of 85% of sentences carried out in serious crimes. And here we are again, running contrary to that current of the public with more and more legislation which says we're not particularly concerned what the public thinks about the length of prisons, the length of punishment. We want to have more and more mechanisms for early release. So I would urge opposition to this legislation and conclude my remarks with that. And call for a division. Wait for the motion. You got to wait for the motion.
The motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 115. Division has been requested. A division has been requested on the motion of the adoption of Senate Bill 115. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. Those in favor of Senate Bill 115 adoption, please stand. Yes, sir. Colker. And then myself. All those opposed, please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt, or Senate Bill 115 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1210 until Wednesday, May the 5th.
Motion is to lay
Tuesday, May the 5th. Tuesday, May the 5th.
Motion is to lay over House Bill 1210
Whoa. Calm down.
until Tuesday, May the 5th. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1210 is laid over until tomorrow, May the 5th. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam President. Your committee of the whole has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read the report?
May 4th, 2026. Madam President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof, makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 152 as amended, Senate Bill 115 as amended, passed on second reading in order engrossed and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1322 as amended, House Bill 1123 as amended, House Bill 1226 as amended, House Bill 1076 as amended, House Bill 1207 as amended, passed on second reading in order revised and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 68, Senate Bill 82, House Bill 1210 laid over until May 5th, 2026 and retaining their place in the calendar.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any? Oh, there is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, will you please read S001?
Amendment S001. Senator Simpson moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following new Baisley floor
Senator
amendment.
Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move, Madam Chair. Madam President, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, President. Madam President, I move Amendment 001 to House Bill 1076.
That is a proper motion. Please tell us about your amendment. Or, yeah, please.
Thank you, Madam President. This amendment, I know this amendment is important to myself and to the senator from Woodland Park as well, who sits on the Transportation Committee. You know, this amendment basically says that when we're bidding out contracts on transportation projects, and this bill deals with a reorganization and clarification of some transportation department programs. And this amendment would basically say when bids are put out, we give a preference to Colorado, to U.S. products, Colorado products, cement products, and so forth in the construction of transportation projects. And Colorado invests billions of taxpayer dollars each year in roads, bridges, and other critical public infrastructure. Yet under current procurement rules, a meaningful share of those dollars can unintentionally flow overseas instead of supporting manufacturing jobs from American and from Colorado companies. Today's procurement system relies heavily on self-reported certificates of compliance, which allow foreign manufactured construction materials to be passed through distributors and marketed as domestic. What this bill does is say our transportation department, this amendment does, the transportation department is putting out these bids that we give preference to Colorado companies for these cement and other construction-related projects. The state of Colorado allocates billions of taxpayer dollars. I think it's important that if these are solid bids, that we give preference to Colorado companies. The proposal transcends mere administrative oversight. It represents a strategic investment in the economic resilience of our state. By prioritizing materials manufactured within Colorado, we foster a circular economy in which each dollar expended circulates between 3 and 7 times within our local communities. The establishment of a Colorado preferred procurement tier would provide equitable recognition to local and domestic manufacturers who adhere to our stringent environmental, labor, and safety regulations. Fortifying our manufacturing sector serves to preserve high-quality employment, safeguard local sales and income tax revenues, and bolster the resilience of our supply chains against global volatility. Colorado's infrastructure projects must utilize local materials and labor to ensure that public funds remain a direct investment in our own state. This amendment is an important one for our Colorado construction companies, our road building companies. Basically says when a construction contractor for a public project is to be awarded to a bidder using Colorado original cementitious products, cement products, shall be allowed a preference against a bidder using those products manufactured in another state or foreign country. So that's what the amendment does, and I would urge my colleagues to support it so we can help out our Colorado manufacturers and Colorado companies on our road projects.
Senatorial 5. Further discussion. Senator Ball.
Thank you, Madam President. And I would like to thank the Center for Woodland Park who approached us with the amendment earlier today, as well as the Center for Highlands Ranch for offering this. Colleagues, I'd ask for a no vote on this. I think there is a discussion to be had around the procurement that CDOT uses and where that procurement comes from, but this being the second chamber on the floor for this bill and quite a broad title, which lots of things could potentially fit in, I think that's better to have that discussion next session, perhaps in a standalone bill, because we simply have not had time to speak to all the stakeholders involved in this bill about this policy. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Now, Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam President. I withdraw Amendment 001.
Thank you. Senator Henriksen.
Madam President, I withdraw the motion for the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
Okay. And now we are going to excuse Senator, Mr. Schaffler, please excuse Senator Baisley. Anybody else need to be excused before we do this vote? Okay, Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam President. I again move for the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
Thank you. The motion is for the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. There is an amendment at the desk. Senator Carson.
Thank
Will
you,
the clerk
Madam.
please read S001?
Amendment S001.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Amendment 001 and ask for a favorable vote.
Great. And at this point, we can say the adoption, the motion is the adoption of S001 to the Committee of the Whole report. All in favor? Are there any no votes? Senators Henriksen, Weissman, President Coleman, Lindstedt, Senator Ball, Amabile, Cutter, Danielson, Bridges, Marchman, Judah, Sullivan, Wallace, Gonzalez, Benavides, Snyder, Senator Mobley, I couldn't tell if you had your hand up. Okay. Senators Exum, Mollica, Doherty, Roberts, Colker. Senator Mobley, are you voting yes or no? I'm sorry. No, we didn't. So do you wish to be a no vote? Oh, you were over there. Okay, thank you. And please add the president. With a vote of 12 ayes, 22 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, that cow fails. Now the motion is for the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. All in favor, please. Oh, are there any no votes? Senators Rich, Carson, Liston, Pelton R., Catlin, Zamora Wilson, Frizzell. Any other no votes? Okay. With a vote of 27 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Okay. I believe we are to governor's appointments. Oh, right. Sorry. Okay. SB 26-152 as amended, SB 26-115 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. HB 261322 as amended. HB 261123 as amended. HB 261226 as amended. HB 261076 as amended. HB 261207 as amended. Passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. SB 26068, SB 26082, and HB 261210 laid over until 5/5 Cinco de Mayo 2026 and retaining their place on the calendar. Okay, and I guess we already did governor's appointments, so we are on to announcements. Announcements. Oh. Will the Senate choir please assemble to wish happy birthday to Senator Amabile, who has she disappeared? Oh, okay, good. Will the sergeants please lock the doors and we'll ring the, no. Please, Senate choir, come on up. Her birthday was this past Saturday, May 2nd. Happy birthday, Senator Amabile. Senate choir.
Now we can start. Tony's here.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Senator Amabile. Happy birthday to you.
Woo-hoo! Further announcements. Senator Marchman. Oh.
You go. Thank you, Madam President. Senate Education will meet 15 minutes upon adjournment in room 357. We'll hear House Bill 1028, House Bill 1282, and House Bill 1317.
Thank you. Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Madam President. The Senate Committee on Appropriations will be meeting tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. If you're on appropriations, it's at 8:30 tomorrow. It's not at 8:40. It's not at 8:35. It's not at 8 o'clock. It's at 8:20. Okay, and we will be hearing the bills listed on your calendar and other bills as they happen.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Transportation and Energy will be meeting 15 minutes on adjournment in Committee Room 352. We'll be hearing HB 1420, HB 1269, and HB 1225.
Very good. Feed your belly, feed your soul. Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow and next Tuesday, and that's all the Bible studies we'll have for this session. So come on down in the morning, 7:15 in the basement, feed your soul, and then we'll feed your belly too.
Hey. Further announcements. Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. President. Senate Judiciary Committee has some work to do this afternoon. We will hear Senate Bill 176, followed by House Bills 1276 and 1256. Starting at 3:10 p.m. in Old Supreme Court.
Very good. Senator Kipp.
Thank you. My fellow colleague, who happens to be a nurse when he is not here, and I would have a tribute for Nurses Week. Nurses Week runs May 6th through 12th this year, so it begins, I guess, on Wednesday. And this year's, my good colleague and I would like to take a moment to recognize the important roles filled by nurses, members of the most trusted profession for nearly 25 years. With over 80,000 registered nurses and 8,000 practical nurses, nurses are the most numerous of healthcare providers in Colorado. We have nurses who hold a diploma, associate's degree, bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees, including PhDs. These nurses provide direct care to the people of Colorado in hospitals, long-term care facilities, primary care offices, federally qualified health centers, and even the much legislated medical spas. Nurses also serve as administrators in healthcare organizations as chief nursing officers and directors of nursing. They serve as nursing and patient advocates through the many professional organizations within our state and across the country. Of course, we also see nurses who serve in policy roles such as Colorado Nurse Physician Advisory Task Force, known as an NPATCH, and the Board of Nursing, and my good colleague here in the Senate. I'm sorry, what is your area?
Thornton.
My good colleague from Thornton. Today, we recognize nurses in all these roles, including those who have joined us in person today in honor of Nurses Week. And I'm getting a lot of kibutzing here that says I should have asked for a moment of personal privilege to do this. May I retroactively have a moment of personal privilege, Mr. President?
Senator Kipp will be fined $1 for retroactively requesting a moment of personal privilege, and an additional $1 will be attributed to Senator Kyle Mullica for not acknowledging that he is on the floor and is being recognized without a moment of personal privilege. I just want him to pay us money. That'll be $2. Anybody else got some?
Have a great day.
Senator Mullica? Yeah, nurses. Yay. Further announcements. Awkward.
I got money.
Mr. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, colleagues, for a productive day. We will be keeping the desk open to read bills across the desk. There's no need to return on that, Mr. President. I move the Senate recess until 3:30 p.m. today.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will recess till 3:30 p.m. today.